Hello, 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 Internet Land! We are premiering Dark Sun Season 2 tonight. I'm really excited. We took like a month and a half break to get our seasonal things out of order, or in order, whatever. Out of order, whatever. But I'll keep this short because John's the better storyteller than me, so we'll pick up where we left off from Season 1 with our exciting conclusion to, what was the name of that town under?
Guisanol, the city under the Silt Sea. Yeah.
Yes, by the Silt Sea. So anyway, go ahead, John, take her over. And as always tonight, this is all highly experimental, so if I need to adjust sound or camera freezes or anything like that, holler at me and I'll do what I can. So take it away, John.
Hey everybody. So last time that we played, we had a lot of things happened. We had basically figured out that Micah's ancestry is a little bit more draconic than we remember. Let's see. Let me get some good... There we go. That's some good music going. It was a little bit more draconic than we remember. We had figured out that Miner's character, the Ranger Snafu, had recovered a seed of a tree of life.
Actually a fighter rogue. No ranger at all.
Sorry, yes. He feels like a ranger.
He does.
But he's not. He's a fighter.
He's a poser.
We also saw that Miranda, a.k.a. Pyretta, a.k.a. what's her real name? Who knows? Had figured out that she is from another world, and she also figured out that the undead dragon... what was his name?
Oh my gosh, right?
The Dragoth, excuse me. Dragoth had been the one to tear the hole in reality to interrupt her ascension to Archdruidess, and along with her master, had both been thrown into Dark Sun. We know what happened to Pyretta, she's here at the party, but we do not know what happened to her other master who accepted the death aspect of the power of Obad High. We do know, though, now her powers come from the life aspect of that god from another plane, so technically she is casting divine magic from another plane of existence. We also found that Ragnar had discovered where his bride, or his dead bride is, in the lands of the Underdark. Korra is being held prisoner by a being of unknown origin in another dimension known as the Underdark, in a dark sort of castle. He has tried in the dream realm to go and rescue her, but unfortunately has not been proven successful. We have also found that, there's some things going on with Kiliani, but the player is not here right now, so we will go over those if he comes back. We'll have a little bit scene with our player, Jesse. But if the past few weeks have been going by pretty slowly, the party had gone from the very north part of the sea here. Y'all can't see at home, but I got my map here. We had gone from Guisanol to Cromlin, and then all the way down the road through Nibene, and I believe you guys sailed across over the Ivory Plain.
You can see it home.
And back down into Balak. After we had taken your people had taken a separate boat, Micah, to the island of Sanctuary, near the end of the estuary of the Forked Tongue here, for a new kind of a new chance at life, not under the yoke of the undead dragon lord Dragoth. You were welcomed as heroes back into Balak, given a hero's welcome, but it was said that the Sorcerer King is expecting the prize he had sent out, which is the information he wants from Dragoth's personal stash. And he wants it yesterday. He wants it like now. So it's been 2 days since you guys got back into town. You've had a chance to kind of get back into the swing of things, into the city of Balak. So I guess we'll just kind of walk through everybody. Ragnar, you've been back for 2 days. It's been pretty hectic. You walk back into a sort of growing and changing version of the Kank Striders. Your men are becoming a little bit more educated, a little bit more sharper, and not just in the way that they fight, but like the way that they handle themselves. They're a little bit more skilled. You see that you have your second in command, the old dwarf that you call the general, Xanatheros, has been overseeing their training. And as you walk back into the headquarters building of the Kank Striders, he walks over, gives you a giant hug on your thigh, because it's not where he can
give him a giant hug. Right?
Literally a half giant hug.
It's good to see you, lad. Where you been? I heard you've been all the way around to the north part of the sea there. You've been to the Cromlin, they say.
I've met a kinman of mine, and I ended up sending him back to his plane. And I think I found out where my next path is going to be. Oh, hey, that's what that is.
He does look at the hammer that you have hanging off your back, and like, ooh, my, that's a big hammer. You said he's one of your kind. Is it another one of the stone giants then?
No, he's a fire giant.
A fire giant. Ooh. Well, I've never seen a fire giant myself, but they sound rather intense. So, and he kind of gets grum for a second. He's like, any news about the loss?
I'll tell him what I've discovered about it. And now I need to find out how to get to my next destination.
Oh. Well, I don't know nothing about any other planes of existence, but you know you've got our back, or we've got yours. And he claps his hand on your, leg, as high as his reach, to your half giant stature.
Slaps your hams.
And
no, that's the third leg.
kind of walks off. And then you want to kind of look into in your trip back to Balakir.
I picked up at one point in time a bottle of weird liquid poison ? I want to go to Alchemist or something and try and figure out what this liquid is.
Do you remember where you got that bottle of weird liquid? Okay.
That is a key detail I write down every time, because by the time I question John, he's not going to remember.
Let's think about where that bottle of weird liquid came from.
I've also got 2 rings with names. I think I've discovered that one.
D&D player notes.
Wind Rider Ensign sends regards.
Mine are pretty similar.
Enchanted rope. Not sure what that does.
Oh, that's the rope of tripping, I believe. Or entanglement, isn't it? Or did Micah?
I think that's Micah's.
Never mind. Yeah, Micah.
Yeah. So we'll see. All right.
So we'll see. We're gonna
so you head to Meech.
Listen, I've started taking notes, baby steps. All right?
It's okay. I am super proud of you. Okay.
We're evolving as players here.
I used to not.
So you go to Meech. He's your local contact. He's a member of the Veiled Alliance, and he's a kind of an alchemist slash mage for hire. With identification and magical items, kind of on the underground.
When you walk in the shop, you say, "Hold on, I'm taking some notes."
You go over to Meech, and he sort of slides this bottle on the table.
Yes.
And he kind of looks around. He's like, "Can I help you with something?" I mean, he kind of picks it up and looks at it, sets it down, like inches it away.
Then I'll just say I need to know what's in this.
Okay, where'd you get it, son?
Oh, somewhere along in my adventures.
Okay. He grabs it, he uncorks it, and
This is goat piss.
He puts the cork back on. He's like, give me just a few minutes. I'll be in just a couple minutes. And he walks into the back. And we're gonna have you roll, my friend, a D percentage.
Smells like a turd wrapped in burning hair.
51. That's what I know.
Ooh, if we ever have any earthquakes, everybody just start stomping. It's like jiggly.
He gives it back to you. and you can see that it's just a tiny bit has been poured out of it. And he says, "What you have here is pretty rare.
Pretty rare.
It's called a potion of speed."
Beth.
Oh,
Meth. Let's see.
Rockner's having fun tonight.
When you drink this potion, you gain the effect of the haste spell for 1 minute. No concentration required. But that's it.
Okay. I'll like flip him like a couple gold coins and like.
He pockets it. Okay, where's the other 90? Because that's going rate's 100 for an identification here. I mean, I'll cut you a discount. I'll give you, how about 50?
Does he work for the King Striders?
No.
Would he like to?
Also no.
What's the pay like?
I don't know. What's your income?
A lot.
Sure.
What? He kind of gestures
What's your-
at all
what's
the
your
wondrous
annual-
items he has.
What's your annual gross income?
I see a lot of wondrous items. How many customers?
Well, I mean, we both know this is pretty illegal setup I have going on here. I can't, advertise. I sell herbs on the surface side here, but I mean, if you need some cumin,
Listen.
I got y'all set up. But
Every good dealer needs a cartel.
I don't know what that is.
okay, so
Big flashbacks over.
what are you willing to give me for this then?
You'll get room and board, supplies to make whatever you want, but you need to provide my men with whatever they need, whatever they see fit.
Within reason.
Are we going the reason of the law or just
Within not taking all of my stuff because right now I work for you.
I won't take any of your things. You'll just provide me with services
Goods.
and goods, and I will make sure that the God, I'm going kind of evil here. I'll make sure that the law doesn't come knocking down your door for selling your cumin.
All right. You know what? I could use a little bit of extra protection. Fine.
I'll send
This one's on the house.
I'll send
Hang on with
one of
offer
my
you protection.
men over here to work out the minor details, and I'll walk out the shop.
What are your
Okay.
details?
So you have
Wait.
a very rare item in your possession. This bottle is.
Is it one dose?
It's one dose.
Okay. So
But
it's just one haste spell.
Yeah, but this is a very literally the rarity on this is a very rare. So you know that you have something very valuable.
Haste just gives you an extra full action.
Yes.
Right.
But you get it for a full minute, no concentration required.
Right. We don't have anybody who can cast haste, can we?
No.
Guess
Because
what?
we don't have any
Cast haste. Huh?
We don't have any mages.
No mages, no wizards.
You know, I kind of like playing that sorcerer.
Yeah.
Even at level 2, that shit was fun.
Everybody got a taste of something different. It was nice.
Is Rocknar gonna be like the intellectual type next campaign?
Ragnar might be a fucking nerd next
I
time.
am
Sorcerers are
here
charisma based. It's alright.
on the record
That's true.
that I am playing a rogue next campaign.
Okay.
Because I have taken it a break
Yep.
for how many years now?
Like about
Playing one?
no, a long time. It's been a long time.
I've never seen you play a rogue. So
And he was
this
known for
seems
playing
new to
rogues.
me, but
That was his D&D. Yeah, Micah
That
plays
was my
rogues.
shtick. I
Yeah.
always play the
I
rogues.
might make a paladin next game because I kind of miss Jack. Jack was kind
Alright.
of, but we'll see.
We'll see.
hey, you know
That's
what?
a long way
You make a
away.
paladin. I'll remake the Oracle of Vita Natru.
Oh
we can have two
God.
frontline
There you go.
cleric paladin. We got the front line.
I was honestly thinking of doing a warlock, either a warlock 2.
Forget Dark Suns. No.
Yeah.
Fuck it. All right.
That could be like another year or two.
Actually,
Yeah.
I do want to.
Yeah, cut the stream. We're done.
I do want to play Mass Effect though.
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. So you take a couple days, and after kind of working out this deal with Meech, he has become a sort of a supplier for the King Striders. At the end of the second day, however, you get a summons, like a written summons from King Andropinus to show up at the palace at noon the next day to basically to debrief.
Oh,
Be there or be dead.
so do I have to bring a fucking posse with me?
You have to bring a dish to pass.
Bringing a can of whoop ass. Is what he's bringing.
I'll bring some killick meat, or what are they called?
Some
broy.
The fermented kank.
Broy.
Yeah.
Barrel of that.
I'm sure it's like I picture it like a brown syrupy.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It's very viscous.
Oh yeah. It's like drinking an alcoholic maple syrup.
Dad Kratos looks pretty much a little more reserved, if anything.
So then we'll catch over to Pyretta.
His goal and my goal are pretty much the same at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much head back to Halfling.
We want to drop that seed of life off to re-nourish our tree in our hometown. Plus, I kind of want to check out my leads on this fellow named Knock.
Okay. So you're back in Balak, and like the city that you want to go to, the Honko village, is quite a ways away. It's like near Ogo. It's kind of along this path, so it's gonna take you guys a while to get there.
I was gonna say refresh. Where are we now again?
You're down in Balak.
Okay, we're back in Balak. Okay.
Yes.
We as a party haven't really decided anything. What's next as a party, right?
No.
Okay. I think both me and Beretta are lobby, to head back to
lobbyists.
Yeah, to head back to my home village, and I'm thinking, Snafu's probably like I got the seed. We got to get it back to my village. It won't take that long. Just drop off the seed and be back on our way.
And quick question, is it a seed or a fruit that we picked up? Does this expire within a short amount of time?
It's a fruit, but it's got
bears the seed.
Bears the seed.
Okay, so the seed's the important part.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I need to really know.
And the sooner we get it there, the sooner I have a chance to not eat it.
And if you noticed that you've had this thing for about a week and it's still just as fresh after you picked it, like it's pristine. Like it's not wilted or withered or anything like that.
Life force to
He hates that, so he might not respond to it.
He's out.
Oh yeah, he is.
So as you're sort of thinking about this next step in your journey, you kind of been crashing at Micah's estate outside of town for the past couple of days. Anything you want to do locally in this meantime?
If you want to go with Paretta first for the local thing,
okay.
That's fine.
No, I feel like I took care of my business by resurrecting the tree down here, and
okay.
Well, we're back in town now.
Right. But I mean, that's what's kind of her final bit of business was doing that. So this is just kind of all afterthought to her until we get to our village. So
Don't have any goods to buy or sell.
Nah, if anything, I would like to research making that armor, but I don't know if I have enough resources. That sounded like you wanted me to collect resources for a while.
That was the fire-resistant armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now you have me with, I could create the oils, but I was looking for something a little bit more permanent that I could wear. But,
okay.
But that's totally up to you if I can do that.
You can do that, yeah. If you got a couple days, you could talk to Meech about it. He's like I said, he's the local under-the-radar magic guy.
Okay.
Anything else you probably would risk, getting attention from the Templars.
I'll talk with Meech about making this armor with the materials I've collected now.
So it's, show up at Meech, and he's looking a little... He's got these two dudes, they're dressed up in sort of like leathers, and one's carrying like a big, like a bone greatsword, and the other's got like a few like spears with stone tips, and they have this sort of like red leather, like kind of leather. It's like a kind of like a bug skin, like with chitin, yeah. Kind of like hard like plate armor, like with leathers and stuff. And on the side, you can see that they have a little that looks like a bug. And like with speed lines on it, like it's a running bug, and it's you've seen this on Jeremy's, like he has like a clasp with the same thing, so you can tell these are a couple of King Striders,
right.
like around the shop, kind of like making sure things are like neat and tidy. Meech looks kind of worried because like they keep touching all like the really like fragile stuff, like very like suddenly and fast.
I was just picturing what's this? What's it? No, stop! No.
He's like. Pyretta! Get out. No, seriously, get out. Okay, just 5 minutes. Take a break. And they're like, okay, alright. And then they put down stuff and walk out and say, oh, well, my dear, how can I help you today?
Well, I have a business with you that might be a little more. She kind of looks out the door as they're leaving. A little more delicate than that, maybe, but
I hope. Let's talk.
She'll present the spider silk that she's collected and some of the material, that she was given down in Gleasonall, and be like, so, as you may very well know, she kind of looks away coyly, I'm able to manipulate the element of fire to... I would not say manipulate, but it listens to me, it trusts me, I trust it. But fire can be kind of like a child at times, and while it may listen to you and be on your side, it can tend to bite back. I'm looking to reduce that to myself, perhaps, so I might be able to do what I do a little bit longer.
What children do you have that bite back?
Have you ever been with a child, a toddler, or anything?
Anyway.
Yeah, they but anyway.
Mish kind of looks at the spider silk, and he says, "Well, I can see that this is naturally." He has an open lantern, and he holds it. He holds it over the fire, and it licks around around the webbing, it's not catching. And he says, "Well, you could spread this over some existing armor, but if you want something a little bit more permanent, you would probably have to gather a few more bits of the webbing here. How many webbing resources do you have of that?"
You have it 4 fireproof web components, and I have 4 regular fire components as well.
Okay.
If it matters, I have 15 psychic components too. I know it's a different element, so probably not relevant, but
Right, and the fire one would produce a fire effect.
Yes.
Yes. He says, if you could find maybe about, I'll say 3 more, I could build you at least a suit of leather armor out of this material. However, if you want, I could make something a little bit more temporary, but it's up to you.
I'm looking for something a little bit longer. I would be interested maybe in collecting a little bit more and coming back to you sometime later, but because you know how things can be stolen or lost out there in the silt and whatnot. I just
He looks at you see there was a broken pot of spices. Oh, I know about things that can be broken and lost. I know.
But I'd be absolutely interested in maybe collecting a little bit more for you to work with, and it'd be great to see your handiwork more permanent with the armor.
You told me these spiders, these wall walkers that you came across. They might be a bit of a rare breed, but if you were to maybe find some other type of spider, I could maybe cut in some of the webbing together, mix it together to make a little bit more watered down, but it should work.
Out of character question.
What's up?
Could I transform into one of the spiders and make more web?
Ooh. Do you have a hit dice limitation to the amount of creature that you can turn into?
I do, but it's pretty good right now because I can take on flying levels as well.
Why don't you check that for me real
I'll
quick?
look it up real quick. Gladly.
Well, on a side question here, John. My spider cakes that I have.
Yes.
Those, will they outdate? Will they go bad?
I'll say yes. After 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because they're like a pasty kind of cracker, and they'll get stale, but after a while the magical effect will just kind of run out.
Now, the extra question. If I had a bag of holding or a handy haversack to put them in, would that preserve them?
I'd say the bag of holding, yes, because it's an extra dimensional space with no oxygen. So it'd be like vacuum sealing it almost.
Okay.
No oxygen, no bacteria.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was...
Handy haversack is it's a mundane carry. It just has a lot of pockets.
Oh, okay. I realize that.
But I'd say if you were to find a bag of holding, that would work.
Okay.
Throw some dry ice in there. At 8th level, I maxed out at challenge rating 1. Giant eagle is the example given.
Does it go up to 2?
It just says level 8-1 is the top.
Because the wall walkers were a little bit more, let's say, put together. They had a higher challenge rating than 1.
Yeah.
You could turn into a mundane spider if you wanted to try to do that. If you wanted to try to find You can hire people too to like hunt them down for you if you'd
That's
like.
a good idea. Yeah, that sounds feasible actually. I'm gonna go ahead. We're not leaving for, you said, like a couple days or something.
You have the only thing you know is that you have an audience with the king, in like 2 days' time.
Okay. I think I might actually try to get a couple of the King Striders if they're interested.
Okay.
I'll be willing to pay a couple of Jeremy's minions here to go on a hunt.
Okay. As Jeremy, as you're kind of like walking back, talking about how you just made this deal with Meech, Pyretta walks through the door of your establishment. You see a few of the other King Striders like kind of stop what they're doing and like watch as she walks past. Not a lot of people have really seen Pyretta in town. She's still kind of a hush, like, did you know that there's a fire witch with the blah, 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 blah. And as you walk up to kind of the group here, a little dwarf walks up. He says, "Oh, pleased to meet you, man. My name's Xantharios." He holds out his hand.
What's up?
He pulls your hand into like a greasy kiss and gives it back to you.
Preda's will do it. She'll laugh. Be like, "Oh, charming."
Wipes the hand on the back of her pant leg.
Yeah, charming.
What might I do for you?
I'll explain my situation. I'm looking for a couple of hunters to go hunting for.
They were called wall walkers.
Wall walkers. Okay.
Wall walkers.
I was able to collect a material, their webbing that they produce, but I need a little bit more for a project I'm working on. I was wondering if maybe I could interest you with a little bit of coin, you and a couple of your hunters, and go find me some more.
Where did you see these wall walkers?
Down in Guisanol, underground.
So they're subterranean. Well, there might be some in the mountains nearby. I tell you what. Voron is back in town, and you see Voron there, the guy who was teaching Jeremy tracking. He's talking with a few other like ranger types of the King Striders. Let me see if he's down to go. Would probably cost you about 10 gold a day, but 2 weeks' time, you might be able to find you some spiders there.
That'd be great. If you couldn't come back any earlier, I'll even toss in a couple rounds for the boys. A couple of rounds at the bar for the boys.
All right. He goes over, kind of talks to Voron. Voron comes back. He says, well, I know we found them far to the north, those caves under Guisanol, but I think we might be able to find something similar, at least, in the caves to the north. Give me my scouts a couple of weeks. We'll go ahead and we can deliver whatever we find back to you here or wherever you are, if you happen to be on the road. Couriers all cross this path all the time. So,
all right. She'll say, we have some business we're gonna take care of here, but we'll probably be departing before then. But I'll refer. Is Voron going on this, or is he kind of hanging back in town?
He doesn't know. On this hunt for the spider?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would probably be leading a hunting expedition.
Okay. The dwarf, I'm assuming maybe he'll stay behind.
Xantharios, yeah, you can tell he's sort of like, he's older. He's got like a black sort of like short beard, and like a bald head, but he's got like a streak of white, like kind of like the middle, like so you can tell he's kind of an older warrior dwarf here. But yeah, he sees that, like, kind of oversees the day to day.
Okay, I'll say the dwarf will be our proxy. If we end up leaving, well, I'll have arrangements made with him. You just come to him if we're gone, and we'll have it all taken care of ahead of time. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll go ahead and I'll forward him a little bit of money just for good faith. How much? You said 10 gold a day, about 2
10 gold a day, about 2 weeks, yeah.
Okay, I'll give him a quarter amount of that, just,
Okay, so about 35, 40?
35, 40. Okay, we'll go 40. Why not?
Well, thank you. I'll put this to good use. He gets a couple of his rangers, and he starts making a list, like, we'll need some new arrows. If you're hunting spiders, we're going to need some, probably some steel heads to get through some of their webbing, and he kind of walks off and talks shop with the other 2 scouts.
Okay.
End of that day kind of goes by, and a couple days later you get the letter, same as Jeremy, same embossed sort of like scroll. Says, present yourself to the palace of the one true king of Balak, Andropinus, for your audience with his eminence. Arrive upon pain of death. So he's not really mincing words. And we'll go from there to Snafu.
Alright, a few things. Hopefully one's quick. Micah, is there anybody? How many are on your crew?
Crew
Yeah.
or everything?
The crew on your ship. I picked up a dragon bone mace +1 back in Guisenal. I didn't know if anyone there could use it.
I mean, the Marauders are probably going to go wherever we end up going, so yeah. I mean, there's like, there's Artanics, there's Jax, there's Gildas wouldn't use it.
Gildas went to Sanctuary with the rest of the people.
Oh, okay.
I'd say about a third of your force went to Sanctuary with them to kind of like acclimate them, tame the island a little bit, because there is like a lot of wildlife there. Specifically, there's a giant wyvern there that's kind of the island's protector. So they might have to either kill it or befriend it, or one of the two. So some of your men are gone, but I'd say probably about I know you had like a 35, 40 Marauders in total. So probably about 20 are left here.
He's scratching the rug to lay down, nesting.
Yeah, I was just if there's somebody you think in your crew would use this dragon bone mace, they can.
Oh yeah.
I'll
sure.
let them have it. 'Cause I have no use for.
What I'll do then is they'll just get a bonus to their attack.
Okay.
So yeah, if you're with a person, there's a chance they might have it. I'll just give them a bonus to attack.
Okay. Let me make a note here.
Let me make a note of that in my book.
Makeshift Midas cam tonight. You go nest. He was underneath the table. It's a new spot. So. Yeah, you gotta back out a little. No, not that back. Oh, sorry, bud. I didn't mean to knock you over.
He's like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh, for shame. My MC is
So-
way more complicated than it needs.
So you do that, and anything else?
I'm trying to remember. I have, of course, I have fire, poison components, but I also have fire, cold, and lightning components. What was it I can do with those?
You can make either weapon oils, which make your weapon do that bonus type of damage for an encounter, or you can make armor waxes, which gives you a resistance to that type of damage, once again, for an encounter.
Okay. The only other things I can think of would be to see if I could find a bag of holding. I can get to.
Meech is going to have a lot of business this week, because that's the only place in town. Basically, if you want any sort of magical item, you have to go underground. So he's going to. Meech is your hookup.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll go see what he has.
So you go to Meech's place, and you were in here once before. It was kind of dusty, a little dirty. It is fucking spotless. Then you walk in, and you can see that he's got two kind of like hangers on, kind of an armor as door guards. But you can see that there's a broom not too far away from where they're standing, and Meech is kind of like filing his nails and like reading a book. He's like, "Oh, look at that! It's Master Snafu. How can I help you today?"
Well, as you know, I eat things,
Well, as we all do, yes.
and sometimes I just can't eat it fast enough, and it goes bad.
I also know about this, yes.
But if I had something to put that in, they wouldn't let it go bad. Like, say, a bag of holding?
Let me see if I have such an item. Okay. It's going to be really rare if he has this. So you're going to give me high or low, and you're going to have to get a streak.
Streak.
A streak.
Ooh.
So,
Like a Hershey one. But that's the same.
if you have inspiration or you have this luck point,
I was gonna say, luck.
I will re-roll this,
Yeah,
and we could try it again.
How much luck did we get from the other game?
You got 3 luck points. Everybody has 3 luck points
Yeah.
for our October game.
The gloom.
So.
Alrighty, let's start with low, I guess.
It's 50, so I'll give that one to you. That was right on the line.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll count that as a neutral.
Literally
not good nor bad.
the one wild card digit.
You see him start cracking open packet, like crates kind of in his basement. You guys go down and he opens up the secret door where that's like behind all the other barrels of spices, and this stone door kind of like pivots on an axle, and you can see all of his actual magical stock kind of like on racks and in boxes and stuff. And you're kind of sitting on a stool as he's like unpacking
it's not
everything.
Who's impressed, but it's not food.
No. Okay.
Oh, the next one. Shall we stick with low again?
He's like, ooh, this might be something. And he pulls out a bag and he starts to unravel it.
Now the question is, do I keep the streak of low or do I go high? Let's risk it high.
He pulls kind of with the wrapping, and it is a bag of some kind. It's like, oh. And he opens it up, puts his hand in. Last one.
Let's go back low.
Whole arm he holds up. It extends to the shoulder when the bag ends at about his elbow. It's like, oh, I happen to have one. How about that?
Alrighty.
He's like,
Ooh, let me try something real quick. And he opens it up and he turns it over and he empties it out. Let's see if there's one more thing, but this is not that he has it. We'll see what type it is. High or low.
Let's stick with low. Fuck it.
It's a type 1. Type 1s are not as... Type 2s are a little bit different than type 1s. There's still bags of holding. Just type 2s, if you turn it over, all the stuff pours out. So
Whereas type 1, you gotta fish for it.
Yes. So kind of... Nope. But he rummages around and he pulls out like...
I was gonna say, is there something in it though?
He pulls out like an apple core. It's like, oh.
Still fresh as a day.
Yeah, it looks pretty fresh. Tosses it.
That was, a bonus, thanks.
So, I have the item you're looking for. Let's talk price.
Ooh, sale.
Now, this is a very rare item.
Indeed it is.
We're talking maybe a few thousand gold pieces here.
Okay.
I'm thinking about 7,000 of these gold pieces.
7,000 of these gold pieces.
Means just like, I don't need the king stranders anymore.
You! Thad, you're fired! Get out!
In fact, I'll hire you under my own command.
The minute he gets money, he gets so, I have the power!
Immediately to his head.
On these...
This is his first offer.
On these components, the fire, cold, and lightning,
Mm-hmm.
I only have 10 of each components. Do I know how many that would use to make a wax or an oil?
Each of them is a point, but you have to do it in die increments. So you could do up to a d10 of damage per encounter, but use all your 10.
Okay.
Or you could bust it down. I'd say for each 2, I'll say that's like 500 gold. No, that's too much. We'll do 200. It's about 100 gold. 100 gold a resource.
I'm still definitely thinking these are handy for me, but he's a bit of an alchemist too, right?
Oh, he's got anything and everything he can use with his connections because he's a member. He's a member of the Veiled Alliance, the secret mages guild underneath of in Dark Sun's underworld. That's trying to keep magic alive away from the Sorcerer King's corruption of it.
Now, okay. Do I know which is the rarer of these? The fire, cold, or lightning?
Probably cold, because not many creatures on Athos, do cold damage. You'd have to probably go to one of the few mountains, like the mountain tops.
It friggin' melts here.
So
I'll
I don't know why they called it Hoth.
it's cold.
I'll at least present to him the cold components. Be like, in this parlay, about these? And he pulls them out and shows him.
Ooh, you have a little wrapped up bag. Because the way it works is they're not just like glowing little orbs or whatever. They're like literally like the glands of a creature that produces cold like effects. Right. So you get this like slimy sort of bag of these dried like ice elemental gizzards or whatever. And he's like, ooh, and he kind of holds one up and he squeezes it and like a little of icy wind comes out of it. Like, ooh, okay, well, how many cold components do you have for sale?
Let's say 10.
I could knock 800 cold off there for you.
800? I had to fight a dragon to get these back.
I probably had to do something pretty weird and fucked up to get this bag, so I mean...
I don't remember what it is, but it was probably fucked up.
That's probably why I don't remember.
Did you eat some of those mushrooms too? Oh, I don't remember what it was either. Okay. Now your first offer was 7,000, huh?
7,000 gold pieces, yes.
The dogs are freaking out. Speaking of Star Wars, here's the Vader impression. Oh.
We travel a lot. These would,
And yes, that is Midas greeting and his gifts.
It seems Snafu doesn't really know how to make business deals over here. He's kind of like, well,
Far cry from your last character.
right. Don't have much of a leg to stand on here. Do you enjoy food?
Oh, yes. I mean, like, good food, yes.
Ronald.
Yeah, he's not seeing much of an angle here.
Do you have anything other than your weird bits and bobs to trade?
I mean, I have a few other components, some fire components and some lightning components, but those might be handy for me. I don't know.
What if I cook
Well,
you
that's
a
a-
meal that the best meal you've ever had of your life?
I'll tell you what. I'll hold on to this bag for you. And maybe I'll let you think about something you can maybe get me in the future. I won't sell it to anyone else. Unless somebody walks in with 7,000 gold like right now, then I'll probably sell it. But barring that, I'll let you hold on. I'll hold on to this for you.
7,000, you say?
7,000, you say?
Uh,
I mean, you could always jerk your ingredients too.
I mean, that's where the special sauce comes from.
The Szechuan sauce.
Hi, doggo.
Your camera's getting all of that, John.
I don't know. Snafu doesn't see a whole lot. How about just with these cold components? How about just 6,000?
Give me a persuasion.
Which die? Ooh. I have a +6. That comes to a 10 because I rolled a 4.
Okay. Let's say 6,000. The gold components. And you have to do me a favor.
In the back room, indiscreetly.
Taking advantage of my stout height. No.
I'm taking advantage of your adventurous lifestyle.
I was tempted to ask if there's something I might be able to procure for you out in the wild.
Well, no, it's something I would need you.
3,000.
Something I might need you to do for me. And he kind of goes to the back, and he pulls out what appears to be a scroll. It's like about a foot long, maybe a bit longer, and it's got a seal to it. But you can tell that the seal itself is like it can be broken and then resealed, like magically like seals itself back up.
It's a Ziploc bag.
Sort of. Magically. But he breaks the wax seal and kind of rolls it out, and you can see all these lettering, all this type of, like, whatever. He said, "This, my friend, is a spell book. This is written by one of the major masters of this order of mages that we have here in town, called the Templars. It was the lead Templar that had died recently. It took me a very, very long time and many resources to score this spellbook from the inner sanctum of the King of Andropinus." Kind of slows it down, reseals it, and to see the wax seal look kind of like, reseals itself. Hands it to you, and he says, "If you were to take this to our hub in Tyr, which you know Tyr is on the way,
Okay.
I will let you have that bag.
For free? Wow.
For 6,000!
Oh, okay. Yeah, this sounds manageable.
And as you go to take it from him, his grip tightens and he says, "Don't try to read it. Sometimes the Templars can leave nasty little surprises for people with prying eyes."
Did I see what language it was in? Of course, I speak Common, Halfling, Sylvan, and these can't. Okay. Thought maybe Sylvan.
You think the magic language is Draconic.
Okay.
You're kind of our scribe as of late.
Hey, I got something for you to read.
Pulls out his eensy little reading glasses. Sets them on.
So you know that, like, Miyameko would probably have a better chance of reading this, but you also know he just does tell you not to read it. But it's up to you. It's your life, your choices.
You're like, not my eyeballs.
Can't read it anyway.
So yeah.
Could be a bunch of fairy tales for all I know.
So you have this bag. It's sort of like a messenger bag. It hangs off your shoulder. It's got like a face
Templar
mode.
spellbook.
Yeah, a Templar spellbook.
Why does the scroll say bean chewing?
Bean chewing.
Whooshang.
And it has sort of a mouth motif, so that, like, when you open up the flap of the bag, it looks like a mouth opening up. It's like, nah.
Tears at TYR.
TYR. Yep. Oh.
Perfect.
It is a little bit big for you, but
You'll grow up.
you
I have a bag to put it in.
yeah. You just slide it in there, and yeah, there you go.
And I'll dump my spider cakes in there too.
Yep.
Knock off 6.
So I was curious as to what you were all going to do with your big chunk of change that you had after you got the treasures of Cuisinol.
The first one blows his load.
Oh, I mean, it makes sense.
I did blow my load.
Meech will just be a king by the time we leave here.
Yeah.
He's got you see, you can walk back. He's got like 6 rings on his hands. He's got like a diadem with a diamond in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Yes, you wish to speak to me. Kiss these rings and pay my respect.
You actually read that for the Templars, and it's like, see you suckers later. I'm moving out of town.
Where are you moving to? Tyr? Oh, wait. I just got chipped out of some money. I only blew like a third of my money.
You also put the seed or the fruit of the tree of life in there, preserves it even more completely in this sort of vacuum sealed area. And after kind of a couple days of working around trying to find all this stuff for you, you also get a writ that Pyretta probably has to read to you, because I don't know if you speak or read, or no, you speak Common, but I don't know if you read Common. That's up to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, you were
He's probably read recipe books.
Yeah. just in Dark Sun, literacy is a rare and nurtured gift. But that is your 2 days time. We'll then go to you, Malagaz. It's been a hectic couple of days getting back. Your men are
deserters, traitors.
Your men are getting sort of the tales. They have a funeral for Riker, an actual one.
Yeah.
By the way, Riker died.
Yeah. He was like the commander of his marauders.
Very charismatic, had a beard, and oh wait, that's wrong.
After that, Verketh is also finding a room to move in as a member. She's offered to be chief researcher of the
two-time hose.
She is a bit traitorous. You know.
Yeah.
She did have to do what she had to do. She was working for Dragoth to track you down to give you to him, but she didn't know it was going to be a death thing. She just thought maybe he was looking for somebody for some reason. Little too desperate to get her own family found after they had been sold into slavery in the Gulg area, I believe. Not Gulg. Let's consult the map here. Uruk.
Urukai.
And so she's a little bit desperate for resources. But she says, she's got assassin skills. She can track people down. She is a bit of a researcher. She knows what she's talking about. So she can bring something to your guys' guild, your marauders. But other than that, getting settled back in, what would you like to do for these 2 days?
I guess find out from checking the notes here. Zunakai, the half elf, the servant.
Yep.
See if anything happened.
Zunakai kind of walks you through like the past couple weeks, month. I think it's probably been a month. She says that the Templars would stop by normally just to see if if you came back. She's intimately met them, knows a few of them by name now. Other than that, Andropinus has been just kind of like sending letters because he's been chomping at the bit to figure out to the master of the house. He shows you to the master of the house. If you return to this point, I am merely
a closet.
Yeah.
Just all these letters.
Yeah. Other than that, she's been they've been making the wine. They have a new vintage is going to be out soon. They're bottling what they have now. In sort of the underground work, there's been no news of new tribes of Dragonborn that have kind of gone missing or been astray. That tribes can be very insular, and you have formed your marauders out of a lot of the kind of remnants of other tribes that have been either destroyed or disbarred and disbanded. But nothing on that front.
You are the Avatar.
Yeah, basically just been trying to keep Andropinus at bay, with, you coming back.
I guess I'll catch her up on everything. Grandfather, father, everything that went down, all the Dragonborn, the island now, all that.
She's like, I'm genuinely proud of you. You found your dad. You did what you meant to do. Meant to do. And it sounds like your plans are really coming together to help your people. You have a place for them now. Now, you have to give them a purpose. And I think building up Sanctuary is probably a good start. It'll get them away from, Dragoth's toxic, kill all others that aren't like us, mentality. Give them a chance to actually pick their own destiny. That'll be nice.
Sexy mama wanna kill all humans.
And you said your father's with them too?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. About this thing with Andropinus, what are you gonna do?
When you went around the table, figuring out what everyone was gonna do, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with this. Because we have to give the ship back, don't we?
You have given the ship back. It was on loan from a member of
The Merchants Guild.
Yes, it was the guy. He actually hates your guts. Adolphus Wavir, yeah, it was his personal, like, pleasure yacht, the Silt Sprite, and you've given it back to him. You know, like the parable of like, the ship of Ulysses or whatever. How it's like, it's been broken and repaired so many times. It's like, is it really still the ship of, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It's kind of like that, because like it's been
like 5 different shades of wood.
It is, yeah. And like now there's like a big bare spot where you guys had mounted the ballista. That was like
I took that shit back.
The first thing Jeremy did when you guys dry docked was pull that thing off.
It's just like.
There's now a ballista on the rooftop of like the Keg Striders headquarters.
Yep.
So he's gonna be fine with it because I mean, like the Sorcerer King made him do this favor for you, and he's just gonna have to kind of live with it. But you do know you don't have a ship.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm spending more on. I don't know how expensive the ships are, but.
They haven't posted yet, have they?
What's Alton? He's with us, isn't he?
Yeah.
He knows everything that went down there. He didn't go.
He didn't go into Guisnel, but he knows everything else. Yeah. He heard secondhand about everything in the city.
I'm actually gonna. I'm gonna get everybody in here.
Everybody.
As in, like, Talisier, Pask isn't here. I don't know. Did he go with us or no? Pask.
Let's see.
Pirate.
He didn't really have a life back in the other city. Let's see if he went with you. Let's do a high or low, just for old time's sake.
Hi.
53. He did actually. He is kind of just been at the docks. He refuses to not live on anybody else's charity. So he's been looking for dock work, probably sleeping in an alley here in Balak. I'll say you've offered him a job, and he's like hesitant because he's not like, no,
the nice things.
I'm a fisherman, I'm a sailor, and I'm a trader. I don't know nothing about wine. So
How does he go fishing?
you could fish for like the manta rays and the
Sandfish.
yeah.
The Santa rays.
Yeah, Santa rays.
Ho, ho, ho. Get those catfish.
You can still harvest some things from the Silt Sea.
The sandfish.
Wait.
Called the Santanas.
Sunfish.
There you go, sunfish.
No.
Knew there was one there somewhere.
Yeah, like Alden,
like sand
Talisier.
Or brown trout.
I mean, all my other like top men are fucking apparently gone. So
Gone.
Well, you still have Artanix, you still have Ajax. The only one that has left right now is Gildas.
okay.
Riker left too.
Yeah, he's on permanent vacation.
He's left the realm.
And Riker, he took probably about like 3 or 4 guys with him just to like, run them through some drills. But yeah.
Well, then I'll get Artanix and Jackson.
Okay.
Talisier and Alden.
Talisier shows up like nursing a hangover, like from the night back.
Again.
He's got his hood pulled and his little horns are poking through like the back of his hood.
Yeah.
He's got his purple hair kind of like in a mass like over his eyes. He's just drinking this really strong cup of like coffee, just like trying to avert his eyes from any bright lights. I had a show back when back at the Wayfarer.
Mm-hmm.
I had been back in like a month. I mean, what do you want from me? He takes a little sip and he sits his coffee on your table without a coaster.
Just rude.
You want a mushroom?
But yeah, I kind of just want to run this by everybody because my actions are going to dictate what happens to everybody, so I'd like to ask everybody
Okay.
how they feel about this and what course of action we should take.
Okay, so do you call the party together as well?
Yeah, I mean, if they have
Okay.
any input.
Let's say it's about, a day in, you guys get a summons from Malagaz to make an appearance at the estate for a discussion.
Is this
Sorcerer
before or
King,
after we
now
go?
Malaga.
Before.
Everybody just wants me.
But yeah, I'll say it's evening of the first day back.
Is it potluck?
I feel like after my business with Meech, I'll just spend the rest of my time meditating and trying to, bond with my fire spirit or whatever. But yeah, I can pretty much cut any time. So.
Okay, so yeah, it's really casual dinner and just some roasted crawdloo, big bird wings.
I picture Tal's ears us hood up, and he's like,
No,
I couldn't. Pulls out a loot from his cloak, and he's just like, no, I possibly could.
All right. Twist my arm.
No.
Just don't ask me to sing.
There once was a man.
There once was a man who needed a greasy cheeseburger right now.
As you kind of get everybody together, you have a few options laid out in front of you. You know that you actually know the real way to become a dragon. You have all of those. You have the giant black tomes of knowledge that Dragoth wrote in his own hand in his own journals.
Oh yeah, we did. Those up, didn't we?
That he
Yeah.
discusses the process as to.
I have this fancy scroll too.
Basically, accelerating the process of becoming a dragon. He and also making Dragonborn. He wrote that down. And you also have his early notes that are more scientific, not as in depth as his real let's fucking do this experiments. Those are more his theoretical musings. So you have those resources with you.
I picture reading the scroll like reading something in Darkest Dungeon. You just get a bunch of stress.
Yeah. So anything in Cthulhu mythos.
I say
read
sanity.
anything and you just go crazy.
Well, especially in this world.
Game over.
Yeah, right. You're not my real dad.
So, Alton kind of steps up. He says, I will have to be the first to admit I am not one to agree with giving him access to this information. And he kind of gestures to the black books. If anything, if it were my choice, I would burn them. I don't think Athos needs any more dragons. Present company accepted.
No offense.
I kind of even hesitate giving him the theoretical notes because it might give him ideas as to what could actually be done. But we need to give him something.
Right.
I was gonna say, don't give him part of it, just not the whole thing.
Well, that is true. There's truth to his words. We could perhaps make a copy with a similar but different information.
Do like a Zodiac killer type thing where you just put it in the form of a puzzle or something that needs to be translated, but there's no actual answer. It just needs to look convincing.
This is actually a really good idea.
Just tell him, hey, we can't read it. We don't know what it is.
Just be like, hey, I found it, but...
Hey, Jesse, where were you in the summer of this? In the
70s.
1973, whatever.
Not even a forethought yet.
Oh, strangling a bunch of women. Damn it!
No, he shot people.
Oh,
I mean, what?
With what kind of gun, Jesse?
Yeah.
We figured out the Zodiac Killer.
No, shit.
Right here on Twitch.
There's Jesse.
We have evidence.
But no, Jesse was saying that you could encode some of the notes, like maybe make a copy, and like maybe the code doesn't even have like a solution. It's just
It just needs to seem plausible. Like, like even if you do it like the Zodiac Killer, have the first one be translatable, but something that's like inconsequential, but clearly part of the equation.
For the first one,
but everything else is just nonsense.
Okay.
For the first one, we'll just do like a simple like replacement cipher, and then the second one, we'll take a Jenga board and just shake that shit up. And like, all right, pick a letter. This letter stands for A.
They kind of did that in Full Metal Alchemist too.
Yeah.
With the cookie
Scrabble's
recipes.
Yeah.
Scrabble's the one with the letters.
Scramble.
I almost said scramble.
I never thought I'd get to use this calligraphy set.
All right. So you're gonna go about making a copy of something with all this sort of like cryptology, like sort of like encoding with it.
I'm gonna sit down with Verketh because she can also write Draconic.
Okay.
Well, my services aren't free. To consult me, you also have to pay me.
We didn't even ask you.
Right.
You offered that information up for free.
I was summoned.
Exactly.
Just because you're here doesn't mean you can't keep your mouth shut.
But essentially the thing I want to make it convincing is I want to set up, we're both going to write one.
Okay.
And we're going to say that we found these is how we're going to present it. And basically if someone sat down trying to decipher it, they'd see that it was like one needs the other.
Okay.
But yes, it just drops off and it never leads to anything after that.
Okay. So what you're gonna have to give me is I'm gonna use this like a help action.
Okay.
You're proficient with that calligraphy set, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give me an intelligence check with advantage. And the result of which is going to be the DC it's going to take for him to see that this is a ruse.
Okay. So the
higher you can get.
Okay.
And keep in mind you have luck points, so you can re-roll if need be.
Go through all three.
I was gonna say, John's like, burn them sons of bitches now.
I mean,
it's like I gave it to you for a reason.
Don't sit on him until the final battle, the final session.
And then blow it
I'm gonna re-roll 6 attacks.
Shit.
Can't go higher than that.
Nat 20. All right.
Woo!
So it's
I have my soundboard.
24 is the DC.
Okay. Well, you add your proficiency bonus too. So what's your proficiency bonus?
So 29.
29. Okay. So DC 29.
So unless they're his level, they probably won't be able to roll it.
Decode notes as fraud.
Chim Cham.
Woo-shang.
For that idea, get an inspiration.
Wu Shang Chim Char.
Yeah, what's that mean?
It's you get to reroll
Free reroll.
Yep. Reroll a d20 at any time.
Didn't know what that was.
As you kind of like look at this, like, yeah, okay, this is really fucking good. It's like even the penmanship matches. Like it's very, very detail oriented. Kind of goes late into the night, and with that nat 20, even like Talisier takes like 2 of the like you should take like this letter and swap them just for like no reason, and then, and then they're like, Yeah, okay. And so you just so you swap, adding more just weird cryptic shit to this, and you have these things that look very convincing.
And they're not magical, so
yeah.
Why the fuck am I not friends with Rocknar Headhunter on Facebook?
Because I haven't used that account in nigh a decade.
I was gonna say,
I
yeah.
think the last thing it says is 2012 was your last post.
Jeez.
So almost the 10-year anniversary.
Almost.
Yep.
Well,
I think I wish him happy birthday every
year.
That's all the wall is.
God, the notifications I must have.
Now you have to release Legendary Edition of Rocknar.
There you go.
It's your 10-year.
With all the DLCs.
I'll just give him a fancy hat.
Yeah.
Now in HD.
It's purely cosmetic.
Purely.
It doesn't have any
What is this, TF2 now?
All right. So yeah, you guys have a nice evening. A couple days later, you get your summons. Please, you will make yourself known to the presence of the King of Balak. King Agentjunk wishes to see you and gain a report of your progress upon your findings of the raid of the city of the fallen Dragoth. Blah 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 blah. Do not come upon pain of death. And your 2 days is spent relatively productively. So it comes down to you, Jesse. You have an extra bit. We're gonna go back even before the ship leaves.
The last thing I remember is an arena with ghosts in it.
Yes. So to break down, because you're absent for a few sessions.
I know something about we found a bunch of savages.
You encountered a tribe of Dragonborn that were sort of enslaved to Dragoth. You guys had freed this sort of spirit that was the Lion King Tarkir that was leading a rebellion against Dragoth and the living, and his champion had been fallen in death and sort of disgraced. But you recovered his sword, which was I believe +1. It was a Dragon Slayer.
Yes, I remember this bit.
So now you have a sword that has sort of been. I took it as to that you would make this your new pact blade.
Oh, okay.
So, your old sword has been kind of merged with this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's got, instead of it was just a nautical theme on this one.
Yeah.
This one has it as the hilt, kind of like that Master Sword kind of hilt, but it's like a dragon. But it still has a nautical theme, but with a dragon hilt on it now. So you're able to summon and unsummon this at will, from your extraplanar sort of area. As you guys are headed back, you guys stop in the city of Nibene. Just as a quick pit stop. As you're kind of walking around, you and Jarek, your next in command, your bodyguard, and your other two sort of acolytes that are with you.
Ari and Camus.
Yes. You guys hear talk of some problems happening in the Freedom region.
What's the Freedom region?
The Freedom region is north of Tyr.
Oh, yeah. That's where all the stuff's going down.
Yeah, by Kled.
Yeah.
And you hear that there has been a war on the streets, kind of like a gang war of elementalists.
Yep.
This is nothing you haven't already known, but now you have a name of somebody who claims to be the Water Lord.
What the fuck they say?
lie to give to Hydra. But you know it's false because it was a dead god. You bought the last shard of his divinity from a trader in the city of Planescape, Big Donut City, Sigil, in one of the multiverses of the Dungeons and Dragons world, and that's what gave you your divinity, like your ability to wield paladin magic. So, stuff is happening in that neck of the woods that probably is up your alley. After hearing this sort of news, Jarek offers to go to Freedom to see if he can maybe figure some stuff out.
Be a free man.
Going to America.
Okay. We have one luck point.
You do.
So is that
No, you have 3. You guys have 3.
Is that basically what inspiration is?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have 4.
Inspiration you can earn back, but luck, these don't come back.
The one.
Got it.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want to, you can. That's fine. So this is gonna be the thing. If you send Jarek to Freedom, your bodyguard is not gonna be available for the next probably few weeks, if not a month, like figuring this out for you. But if you let him go and you guys come back to try to investigate this, you'll probably have a little bit more of a lead on what's going on.
He could be your bodyguard. He could be your long lost pal.
I'll send him, but I'll send Camus with him.
Okay.
Because he's like the roguish one.
Alright. So you guys leave from Nibene the next day, and noticeably, Jarek is gone. He had said goodbye to no one, and when you guys ask,
It's pretty sus.
you ask Kilyani where he is.
We broke up.
We broke up. Tight-lipped about it.
Tal's here.
Yes, I broke up.
As you kind of also headed back, Jesse, you have the dream again where you're on the beach, and you feel this presence sit next to you, and kind of whisper in your ear, I sense you have much power. You have absorbed a new weapon into your arsenal.
Yes, the Dragon Slayer.
It is prophecy that you come by this weapon, my son. The dragon of Athos, the dragon of Athos. This being is very powerful. This weapon will work as a tool against him. I feel that his presence will stop us from becoming lords of this new place, lords of Athos.
It crossed my mind as well.
Keep your allies close, for their abilities may help you in defeating this being. You must use some of them at the time being, especially this witch of the wilds, this one that wields the fire.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that your magic and hers will be the key.
Yes, I've got ideas to make use of her.
This is good.
Especially with these rogue elementalist groups running around everywhere.
That is why I have pulled you into this realm, my son. There is a champion of Imix. She wields powers similar to yours.
I remember this.
If you travel to the Freedom region, be wary. I have no doubt that Imix has warned her of your presence on this plane as well. Yes.
Dead right.
What you know, couldn't be used by just.
You said she's aware of me.
Imix may have made her aware of your presence as well.
We're all kind of running to each other.
Ogremok's champion.
Then she'll know I'm coming and I won't have to feel bad about putting her down.
Ogremok's champion most likely is protecting whatever hold he has. The Prince of Earth has been very loath to move forward with his plans. He tends to be defensive. Yancy Bin, however, the Storm Lord, Lord of Winds, is unpredictable. I'm not sure where his storm tribe might lean, but their allegiance may be yours to garner as well in this battle. There is a great power lurking there. We both know that the god of the elemental eye does not exist, but something is laying claim to his divinity as is yours. It's the same type of power. This is very important. We cannot have another divine champion walking Athos. It would be anathema to our causes.
Well, everywhere I go, I've been leaving rumors of Kiliani's return and where he'll be. So when the time comes, we'll see who shows up and who are our allies and who are our enemies.
This is good.
That's really cool.
I have one last gift to give you. She touches your shoulder, and then you feel yourself kind of pulled back into what appears is a sort of a embrace. You find yourself kind of pulled into Hydra for a second. This sort of swirling water sort of surging all around you, and it's uncomfortable at first, but you kind of let yourself ease back, and then she withdraws your body out, and she says, "I have enhanced your ability to cure wounds, your lay on hands ability. If you're to spend 2 points of your..." This is in game terms, she's not going to say it like this. If you spend 2 points of your lay on hands on a person, they do not have to consume food or water for that day. It is but a taste of the nourishment that my waters can provide Athos. Use it well.
Literally a taste.
Use it well, as well as have well.
Oh. Hey. And with that, you wake up in bed and you're soaked. Like the bed is just drenched in water.
You look over the edge.
Home. You spoil the bed.
Piss on the bed.
You look over the edge of the bed and your hand is in a cup of warm water.
Not again.
So now we cut to now you're back in Balak. Jarek is no longer with you. You have 2 days before this audience with Interpinus. What would you like to do in this meantime?
Really, I don't even have to eat ever again.
Not if you want to spend the 2 points. No.
Yeah. Well, I have 5 points for every level of Paladin.
Yeah.
So I have points to spare.
Yeah. It's a powerful ability.
Yeah.
Especially in Athos.
Oh yeah.
I can end world hunger.
Well.
for a price.
For a few people.
For a price.
This is inconceivable to snafu. You don't want to eat? What?
That's bad enough I have to waste 8 hours a day sleeping. Wow. How much time do I have to...
Eating, bathing. These ridiculous rituals.
Maintenance. What the hell is that?
So what level are we?
14.
Oh, sorry.
I leveled everybody up to the same level.
We were all pretty close, so he just rounded us.
5 and 8 is 13.
Yep.
So. Okay. So we're in Balak again. I got 2 days.
Yep.
Okay. Well, with half my posse gone. I should go see Orlais? Is that his name?
Oriel. Okay.
Oh,
You head to Oriel's estate in the upper, kind of the ritzier part of Balak. I'll sleep back to the Balak map here now that we're back in town. It's estate right here. Or is this one? One of the two. One of the estates up here. You walk back.
I think it was the first one. It was more isolated. I remember.
You there? Your old butler answers the door. He says, "Oh, Master Anatar. I always forget. I always forget. I'm sorry. I will announce you to Lord Oriel. You kind of brought into the waiting chamber and brought inside, and you see Oriel, the patrician. He has, like, he's been sort of like pulling out things from like different bits of storage. You see, he has a steel, like, gladius style, like, short sword. He's got some lamellar, kind of like legionnaire armor pulled out, and you can see like he has servants polishing it. And he says, "Oh, my good friend, Anatar, how good of you to just drop by. I heard you were back in town from your journey north. What adventures did you have on the road, my friend?"
A lot. A lot of stuff happens since I left.
I noticed your manservant, Jarek, is not here. Did he, did he survive your journey, or?
Oh, yes, he's alive and well and on pressing business.
Oh, that's good.
The work continues.
He kind of gestures to the armor and stuff that's being pulled out. He says, I don't mean to spread rumors, especially amongst our king's court, but rumors are that we are heading to war soon.
Oh, yes, with who?
Well, first off, it seems as though the dwarves in Ladopolis are being a little bit stingy with their trade now that they have their bridge up and running again. They are to be the first to be put to the sword. Beyond them, we've heard that the King of Secrets in Nibene is also moving against us, as is the Lady of Ram, Alabak Ray. Our enemies are arrayed in front of us, blocking trade and our progress wherever we go, and Bellic cannot stand idle by while our livelihood is threatened.
And where do you fit in all this?
Well, he kind of like polishes armor. I am to lead a regiment into battle. I was a member of the military back in my youth. Not so much a commander, but they feel as though my years in the patrician status has given me certain leadership qualities that they find, desirable. I am to lead a unit north to Ram, to deal with the Dark Lady's forces there.
And what of your affairs here?
Well, I'm glad you dropped by. I need someone to watch over the estate while I'm gone. And I figured, well, since it's your grandfather's estate, and, well, you know the place well, I figured you could do me the favor of watching over it for me. I'm going to take some of my servants along with me to the front to be my squires and other servants, but I figured you and you there could keep each other company. Seem to be friendly enough. You there kind of nods uncomfortably and kind of brings over a cup of wine to each of you. He says, "What do you say, old man?"
Old man.
Yes.
Oh, good boy, let me say. What do you say, good boy?
Old sport. I'd be delighted.
He clinks glasses with you and he drains it and kind of sets it on the tray there, and he says, "Good, settle then. Just have your people move your things in. You can use the master bedroom while I'm away, and keep the secret that you have, the shrine. If you could keep that hidden, that would be great. We're still having to deal with some of the elementalists from the varying tribes to the west. I hear they're getting a little antsy out there."
Oh, I could oversee those efforts for you if you like.
Oh,
just grant me the authority.
Well, I was also going to say that there is still that business we need you to take care of. But I also heard that our mutual friend, the dwarf gangster, wants a word with you as well.
Tegan or something?
Tigo.
Yes, Tigo.
And he would like to meet with you before too long to discuss affairs.
He's here?
He's in Balak, yes.
Well, send word to him that I'm here and he can come meet me.
I will do just such a thing. With that, you guys kind of hang out for a couple hours and, kind of go over his old war stories and get all this stuff together, and he, gets all of his kind of like the ballot colors are like cerulean blue and black. So like he's got his like sort of toga, kind of like across his sort of like legionnaire style armor. Very thin plates of metal. It's about as much metal as they can scrounge for the like a commander armor. But he's got like a blue and black toga kind of over that with his sword and like a leather helmet. His kind of white hair kind of in a ponytail kind of underneath around the back around his neck there. He looks stately, and you've seen the guy fight in like his practice, so you know he has a fair chance of making it through this conflict alive. But you kind of go back to wherever you're staying at the moment, and later on that night, as you're asleep, you hear a big heavy knock on your door.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
My spell book out.
Yeah, you're fine.
We'll answer the door.
As you answer the door, you look around, and then you look down, and you see a bald dwarf with a kind of an open overcoat, this chest, and his gut kind of hanging out over his belt and his like pants and boots. He says, "I was told that I was to meet you somewheres."
Hughes was told to meet me as he is.
Yeah, that's how I talk. Yeah, very funny. Okay, why don't we come into your house here so we can discuss business?
Okay. You may enter.
Oh, that's cute. Hey, Freckles, get over here. And you look over and he's got a giant, like a half giant, like Jeremy's race, like walks over and he's got pockmarks.
He's got the highest pitch voice, Jeremy.
What's up, boss? How's it going?
Cool, boss. I'm right over here,
boss.
And he walks over, and kind of like Tigo shuts the door and walks inside. He's like, "Okay, look, we had plans. You were gonna help my network in the city of Balm get off its feet, and well, I heard there's this schmuck calling himself the Waterlord, and I know that you yourself are owner of a few water-based abilities, and I thought it was you. There's this schmuck called Gar Shadowshield who refuses to do business with my guys out there."
And what do you want from me?
I want you to kill him and take his mantle.
Well, now that I have your blessing.
What do you need? Your permission? Yeah, go kill the guy. You have permission.
Okay, well, you're coming to me about it. So...
I figured you would have done it before you hit the town with your dragon friend, but I see that you're lax in your ability to do jobs while you're out there on the road.
Well, I feel like if you could have done it yourself, you would have already. So I'd watch the tone.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I'll watch the tone. Look, I have connections. I know that your little man friend there, Jarek, is in the area of Freedom. Mm-hmm. My men have seen him. And if you want me to put a crossbow bolt in his head, you'll go there before it's too late. We can't have those fire people burning everything down. We can't have the earth people throwing rocks and boulders on everybody, making sure all the business dealings can't go on because of the stupid little war. Now, I'm not ungrateful. You have gained yourself a fair bit of power and prestige. That's gonna go good. But I need to guarantee that before the year's out, you're gonna go up there and take care of all of this mess.
Oh, it'll be taken care of. But, I'd watch the tone, or else when I have the mantle of Waterlord, we may have to redefine the terms of this arrangement.
Okay.
We can be friends, or you can be one of the many dead enemies.
Don't forget, Geezer, I know who you really are. I saw Kiliani back in the day, and I know you're him. So unless you want me to spread word to the Sorcerer King about your true identity...
Oh, I don't know if you heard, but rumor is he's coming back.
Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. He's already back. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, okay. I'm not here to fight. I had a rough night, okay? I had very bad night at the betting tables at the King's personal casino. It's been a rough day, okay? Now, here. And he hands you like a wrapped package. Unwrap it. As you unwrap it, it's a wooden dagger.
Like, I know trees are scarce, but even still, this seems like a bit of a letdown.
It's not for fighting. It's for tracking. Hold it aloft and think about somebody.
Okay. I'm thinking about Ragnar.
Your hand,
Of course.
sort of like the dagger gets kind of like warm in your hand, and it points to the west, and you know that's where the Kickstarter headquarters is. This dagger is the dagger of tracking. It's going to be useful if you know somebody. He says if you know them, it's gonna be easier. But if you're looking for somebody in particular, concentrate on this dagger, and it's going to give you advantage on survival to track them where their location is. But you're going to get a small bonus if you know the person.
Why does this character sound like somebody off of Seinfeld? Yada yada yada.
Advantage on
Survival.
You just made yourself a home, didn't you, dog? Wait, you are at home.
You and me could make a lot of money. Okay?
I like money.
I like money too. So why don't you go head over to Freedom, kill this Shadow Shield guy, take the mantle of the Waterlord, and then make sure all those other members of those cults up there know who's boss, and then we could get business flowing again, okay? Because conflict helps people who sell arms and whatever. I don't really do that. I'm more of a vice kind of guy, okay? Spices, drugs, women of various kinds. We do a lot of business up there, and we can't do no business if everybody's dying left and right. So, just go with my blessing. And he kind of pats you on the cheek and says, I got business to attend to. I got a guy who hasn't paid me in 3 months for, some services rendered. So, I will speak to you later. Have a good night and a good evening.
So he doesn't have any intel he can give me for having so many eyes in the area?
Okay, what do you want to know?
What is this guy like? Like, has he actually done anything in public to demonstrate the power of the mantle he's claiming?
He's got some kind of magic trident that makes water. That's what it shoots water out of the tip of it or something. I don't know. It's just he's water powers.
Any estimation of how many followers he has?
Probably
a lot of water power.
Under my estimation, he's probably got about 24. They all the factions up there got a pretty sizable, gathering of people.
Alright, I can work with that.
Okay, if we're done here. Freckles. Yeah, boss.
Yeah, boss.
Why don't we take me home so I can, pay Eddie a visit, in the basement with the spiders. And he says, like, oh, okay, boss, let's go pay Eddie a visit with the spiders. And he picks up, he kind of carries Tigo on his back like a piggyback, and Tigo just lights up a small rolled cigar and kind of walks back out into the hallway and out the door, and you hear the thunk, boom, 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 boom on his half giant Freckles as they walk away. You've been given a fair amount of intel and a nice little magical item for your abilities here.
Mm-hmm.
Days go by, and you're given the summons to be there the next day, upon pain of death. To discuss your adventures with the one true King of Balak and your Highness. And with that, we come upon the day in question.
Wasn't there we got a bunch of gold or something?
Didn't you each get? How much gold was it? You got? You split a pot.
I don't remember how much it was, but yes, we did. We did get a bunch.
Does anybody remember how much gold you guys got from splitting the treasure? I want to say it was a couple thousand.
I was going to say, most of you guys are usually super poor, so how is it not?
I've got 1350 gold written down total.
1350 total gold. Give yourself like 1200. I think, yeah. So, just, do whatever you got there.
Yeah, it's hard because I've been saving mine.
Yeah. I was going to say, Peretta doesn't have too much means or reason to spend, so most of the stuff she finds, or needs she finds.
The day in question happens to come by. You guys all meet in the sort of the circular area here in Balak. This is like the seat of government for the city. In front of the palace here, the large multi-towered structure. Imagine it's sort of like the Parthenon. It's got like lots of columns and a big row, but there's a larger palace behind it where Andropinus lives, but his court is kind of in this open public forum. As you walk kind of closer to it, you can see that you're being closely monitored by Templars. They're sort of cerulean blue and black robes, and their weapons of station, their maces, that they carry in their daggers or whatever, kind of glinting off the sunlight as they brandish their weapons, and they sort of wave you all over and they say, "The heroes of Balak, it's good that you're all here. Your followers and hangers-on will not be allowed in the audience with the Great King. They can wait here in the royal gardens. Those of you who are coming here, we all know that the King of Balak has very little time to discuss meanings of triviality. So you'll be short, you'll be to the point, and succinct with your words."
I'll be short, huh?
Yes, quite short.
Racist son of a
It kind of walks off, and you see some other people kind of getting ready for their audience. You see some farmers, some other nobles. It's about 35-40 minutes. You guys arrive like pretty early in the morning, around like 9 or 10, so far as like the bells go. You're finally pulled into this chamber, and as you walk in, you can see Andropinus sitting on his large throne of onyx black stone, kind of on this dais. Behind him is this large banner of Balak, this sandy waves, and a ship upon the waves of sand, below, kind of going over this hilltop of silt. He is flanked by 2 more Templars, and then just guards all over the walls. And there's a small audience of maybe about 50 to 60 people, kind of on the wings. Various advisors, nobles, and different people of power. He says, "Announcing to the court of Andropinus, the heroes of Balak, returners and champions from the wastelands of the area of Guisnal." And all the nobles give their claps of appreciation as you're welcomed in. You can see he has some servants as you guys are walking toward the dais, like sprinkling flower petals as like kind of like a train to lead you to this throne.
Like grabs picks up a flower petal and just eats one.
They're fresh, but they don't taste like anything. As you guys get to this sort of the base of these stairs, Andropinus leans forward. He says, "Oh, good. My champions have arrived again. Well, it is good to see that you made it one piece, Master Malagos."
I feel like this is one of those instances where your parent is very, very... They're going to be very disappointed in you in about 10 seconds. No matter what you say. And you're just like, all you can do is just laugh. It's just your natural instincts just take over. And they get more mad because you're laughing then.
They know you're up to something now.
Yes, it was quite the trying journey, but
it is good that the silt sprite that Adolphus had provided you saw you through your journey. Isn't that right, Adolphus? And you see he's dressed in his sort of red and purple like robes of his station in the trade house, and he's like, Yes, the ship bore them well. You can tell he's seething. Ragnar, you can see he's looking daggers at you because he saw you basically rip the front of the ship off when you pulled that ballista off the front. He's like, I'm glad to provide it to them at any time they need such a vessel again, Your Majesty. He said, oh, yes. We're all very, very curious to hear about your journey. But first, you had a bit of business. I require some information that Lord Dragoth had in his possession. Do tell me that you provided me with that information, my friend. I'm very curious. And he kind of gestures, and one of the two Templars that's sort of next to him heads down and expectantly puts out a hand.
Is it a recipe for spider cakes? 'Cause I think I got that one figured out.
I'll pull out the obvious.
Let's get a picture of Andrew Pinus up on the screen here for you guys.
Yeah, I don't know if I remember what he looks like right now, or if I've ever seen him.
We're doing a lot of refreshing after our break here. So.
Let's see.
He holds his hand out, and you're just like.
Yes, that's the secret handshake. Now, where's the goods? You can see him in his robes there. He looks a bit old, but he is about 6'7", 6'8".
King Triton.
And he's got an old man's face, but his biceps are rippling. He's got a frail old man face and head. He also has serpentine eyes, as you can tell. His sort of delving into this magic has already begun him kind of on the path to dragonhood. But of course, he wants deeper secrets. But the Templar holds out his hand expectantly.
I don't want to interject real quick, but Brock says, with John's voice as an acting, you should be charging for this PV or PPV. I love it.
Well, thank you, Brock.
I'll pull out of the pack or whatever we had the two journals on.
Okay. The false goods. Okay.
False goods.
All right. The Templar takes him, and you see Andrew Pinus rubbing his hands, oh, I'm so proud of you, my subject. Many have ventured to Guisnal and come back with nothing. It's nice to know that my investment in you has become very fruitful indeed. And the Templar walks back and hands it up to Andrew Pinus. Andrew Pinus just gingerly takes it. He unties the little knot of the bow you had wrapped around it, and he unfurls it, and he's going to make his check. 29 is his DC. Woo! He got a 3. Oh, yes. Oh, and this, yes, the charts are immaculate. And yes, that makes...
I was expecting more pictures.
I was expecting more illustrations. As he kind of pours it over, you can tell that his excitement over this information has sort of blinded him as to the situation of it. And he snaps his fingers and he hands it off to one of the other Templars. Says, we shall begin immediate translation of these papers. Yes, you have done very, very well, my subjects. If it is within my power to grant you one thing, what would that be? You yourself already a hero of Balak Ragnar, the Headhunter. I know we have had our differences in the past, and I take this time as leader of our humble community to apologize for any ill will that the throne has shown you in the past. Tell me if there is anything that the throne may do to assist you.
Oh, jeez.
we present to you this $100 Denny's gift card.
Out of nowhere, Snap was like,
it's printed.
Yeah.
It's not even an actual card, it's printed.
Dibs. John, out of nowhere, Snap was like, mine.
Just a flash of oranges, like it's gone.
It's just written, but it's spelled Denys. No, Dennis.
Dennis.
You just hear down the hallway.
I really don't know off the top of my head.
I didn't want to give you guys time to think of something. You're gonna get blindsided by this.
Now, is this what Jeremy wants, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he's...
Everybody has incurred favor with the king of Balak. I'm glad you rolled that 3, or you should be glad you rolled that 3.
Well, that's the thing. Like some of us, like I don't think Snafu knew anything about this,
No.
right?
Well, I mean, you were all of the meaning for what was going to happen.
Is there like what does he have for like I'm so tired. What does he have for like a king's guard? Like, does he have like a private military group?
The Templars. They were like his secret police, like.
His enforcers.
Yeah.
I want you to incorporate the King Striders into the Templars.
Oh, who would you nominate for such an honor to join the Templars' ranks? You know they're elected positions, but I could make an exception.
They will. The King Striders will answer to me, but have the same power and say as if they were Templars.
The boldness of this one.
Didn't say anything.
Well,
You didn't say that.
I shall grant you one boon. You yourself, Ragnar. You are leader of your people. You shall speak for them, and you shall be their keeper. I now appoint thee Templar of the city of Balak. If I am to find that any of my Templars, however, are going behind my back, or not treating my authority or persevering the integrity of the crown, you shall be stripped of this title. But you are a good champion of the city. I have no doubt you will not abuse your power. Come forth.
Do I need to kneel down before him?
Yes.
Very low.
You were told to approach the throne.
Yeah,
Basically grovel.
I'll go up and take a knee.
You feel his large hand on your shoulder, and you meet his reptilian gaze with your eyes. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
11.
What levels of character do you have?
They're all straight up fighter.
You lose a level of fighter.
Okay.
You gain a level of warlock. As you can feel his sort of magic suffusing through your body, physically changing your mind, implanting the power and the magic of these eldritch secrets to you. And he changes one of your levels retroactively from fighter to warlock. Take this power with my blessing.
I'll kind of give a bow to him and head back to the group.
Just casually walk back even though your molecular structure was
You stumble.
My eyes are all glowing.
Your head just hurts.
You, Master Anatar.
The guy who looks a
Lot like Kiliani.
He starts calling him Kiliani, but he stops.
Anatar. Yes.
Well, does he not know?
Oh no.
Okay.
You don't know if he doesn't know, but you're oh, but he knows me. I was connected with him.
Ask him if you know
if
you're Kiliani or not.
the thing that he just did, you had done to you after you won the Templar election.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know exactly what happened with Jeremy.
Well, I'll tell him Kiliani was my grandfather.
Oh, yes. We are very grateful to your grandfather's service. And he points, and he gestures kind of to the columns alongside. You are also kind of in the Hall of Heroes of Balak. And you can see the erected statues of Ragnar, Kiliani, Malagaz, Jameson's halfling character that I cannot remember his name at this time.
I was having trouble the other day too. I was thinking about it.
And Cora stand in like the throne, he says, "Your grandfather had provided me a great service. He was also one of my Templars. I won the election in a very close year. Now, if there's anything else I can do for you, young Anatar, merely tell me, and I'll see what I can provide."
Well, as everyone remembers, my grandfather helped rid the city of elementalists and put down their cults. I would wish to follow in his footsteps and be granted troops and resources and your blessing to go to freedom and dispatch the growing elemental threat there.
Granted. I shall grant with you some followers and some hunters of the accursed elementalist threat. They will report to your estate upon the morning.
Thank you, oh, wise and mighty king.
Oriel is actually also at this meeting. He says, my liege, he is currently overseeing my estate, as I am being assigned to the lines of Ram. From this day on, until my return, my estate is going to be Oriel's. Oriel's estate will be Anatar's, until I return from battle. He said, "You are so generous with your estate, my patrician. You are quite an honorable citizen. So be it. They'll report to the estate of Oriel upon the morning. You, my fine elven woman.
Sniff your head.
I will say that this palace has not seen one of your kind in its walls for quite some time, but you have helped the throne immensely with your assistance of Malagaz. If I may do anything to assist you, the throne is at your beck and call."
You look pretty humbled, and she says,
Plant more trees.
"Well,
Done? You look outside, there's immediately like 10 miles of forest around this. No.
She'll say, well, there's something you could do, maybe less for me and more for someone else. I'm looking for somebody. He is very much outside of my grasp right now. I have a great deal of questions to ask him. I'm going to give him a description of my mentor and where I think he was at last from what the Earth Spirit...
As you start to explain, he says, "Hold." He beckons you to approach.
She will.
Hands out his hand.
She offers hers.
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save? Okay.
He offers that in.
It looks so
How about 23?
Okay. You feel his mind like a shark swimming through the waters of your consciousness. He is on the hunt for whatever information that you can get. But because of you made this save, you can omit whatever you don't want him to know from his seeing eye.
Okay.
So, what would you like to show him? He will instantly have seen any memory that you have.
I will show him what I remember from entering Athos.
Okay.
I will show him what I remember seeing of the other comet.
Okay.
I will show him anything relevant that the Earth Elemental showed me without actually showing maybe the Earth Elemental itself.
Good call.
Just the knowledge, not necessarily that it was from him, but just from that.
I was like, oh, we're gonna have another crusade.
Right. And maybe any lingering data I have on my mentor that I might have picked up, but specifically omitting anything else that is not relevant to my search.
Okay, good. You're able to kind of shield these with like a fog of forgetfulness that, like, oh, I just don't remember, and he seems to buy it. You see him swims past these memories that you don't want to share. When he leaves your hand is like ice cold. He says, well, I will give my Templars descriptions of the man I have seen upon your memories, and if they might track him down, I will give any information I have to you.
If they should find him, and if he's being held captive, I would like for you to do what you can, under reasonable circumstances, to perhaps protect him or bring him back, so I may meet with him.
I cannot make such a promise, but I will see what I can do.
She'll bow and silently stride out of the room.
That's good that you made that save.
I kind of figured it was a little ballsy, but...
Cowboy Jesse went, Rebecca went, it's a trap.
When he touched Jeremy, would I kind of sense what he was doing at all?
Give me an Arcana.
I'm just curious.
Proc's laughing at the $100 Denny's gift card.
18.
You know that he was rewriting Jeremy's abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Had Jeremy succeeded his save, he would have just gained the spell.
He wouldn't have lost one.
He would not have lost that level.
Gotcha.
It would not have rewritten a level out of his class. He would have just gained Eldritch Blast.
Say the line.
Do I know how he was doing it? Like telepathically?
Probably the same way that any Templar is sworn in. They're it's just a ritual of power granting.
Gotcha.
You know that every single Templar in existence is a warlock of whatever sorcerer king that they happen to worship or work under. But you've just now witnessed the process of ascension, essentially.
Gotcha. Would it be possible that after I saw Jeremy have to obviously make that wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to start casting the science at that point? Because it takes 10 minutes.
You can, but you do know that you're being watched by lots of people, and you do know that when you generate psychic effects, that their presence can be seen, or maybe a small aura of energy appears around your head. You can try to do it stealthily if you'd like, or you can just do it.
All I can think for Rock now is I'm gonna go home and rethink my life. And for some reason he gave up death sticks.
Yeah.
No, I'll be good then.
Okay.
I had literally no plan, but now I have a lot of plans.
You, my halfling friend. I was once a student of the older ones of your people, the great green shapers of the world. Taught my master Rajat his art, and from Rajat I have gained my sorcery over this planet. I bow my head in respect to you, and I grant you a wish that the throne may bestow upon you.
Well, I was gonna ask for a sandwich, but I don't know, you seem pretty powerful, and I don't know, it's kind of silly, but
Ask for the ability to summon a sandwich at will.
Wisdom saving throw.
Endless sandwiches.
Endless.
But the thing is, they don't taste good.
I was gonna say, I don't get to craft it myself. Part of the
No.
We call that Quiznos.
It's just, it's like literally 2 slices of bread, a piece of bologna, and like a slice of American cheese. No toppings, nothing.
No butter, no mayonnaise.
No nothing.
Shots fired.
And it's the crust pieces too. The heel.
And he kind of pulls out his short bow though. He's I didn't seem to be hitting too well with. It didn't seem to hit very hard. I didn't know maybe if you had something better I could use.
My armory should contain some weaponry that you would find to your liking. After we leave here, you may take your pick of what I have in my armory. Only the finest warriors from Balak have the privilege of using the arms of the throne. Now you yourself may count yourself among the privileged few.
He'll nod. Well, thank you. Don't suppose there'd be a sandwich down there too.
He snaps his finger. He snaps his finger, and like a small charcuterie board tray is brought out with like some bread and like some some reptile sliced meat and like a slathering of dressing. Excuse me. And yeah, it's passable.
Oh, thank you.
Take it with you, my blessing.
I wasn't going to eat it anyway.
Jesus Christ. You just put it in your bag of holding never to eat it.
I don't know if I would show the bag of holding in front of
hold it
It's
forever.
kind of like, it's kind of.
No, it's when you do like the fake eating thing. You're like,
And did I ask you, Jesse?
Yeah, he gave me troops.
Troops did, yep, okay.
Yep.
Lastly, the favored son of Balak, Mr. Malagos.
This is a DM question. How hard is it to get a Silk Strider or like a yacht or something like that?
Let's look.
Well, you gotta pull Silk Striders from a different realm.
Do you want the normal ones that take like manpower and wheels, or do you want like a good one that uses psychic powers to float?
The psychic ones.
Let's take a look.
That one.
I mean, if it's something I could just like pull out a loan and buy one.
You wanna buy a boat?
Write it off as a tax write-off.
I want his boat. Just fucking blood enemy for life. Alright, let us swap here to the equipment page.
I must admit, when thinking about the wish, all I could think was Calvin and Hobbes, where Calvin's asking Hobbes, like, what would you wish for if you had one wish? And Hobbes is like, I wish for a sandwich. He's like, are you serious? You can wish for $1 billion, and all you want's a sandwich? And then, like, the last frame is Hobbes eating a sandwich, just saying, I got my wish.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Calvin just, like, shaking his head in frustration.
So, Dragon Slayer, what kind of sword?
It's in the DM's guide if you want to look it up.
I tried to pull up an actual picture and frame it instead of
Let's
blurry on the other one.
I'm gonna say that it's gonna be like that kind of ship is gonna be like a.
Oh man!
They're usually 12,000. A little bit more expensive than a sailing ship.
Probably set them on top of them.
10,000 for the normal man-powered kind that would need a crew to actually get in the wheels, turn the wheels, and then set the sails and all that jazz. If you want, you want the inlay of the float, the ability to float it, I'm gonna say 12,000.
Well, fuck. I should have asked that earlier because now I'm like, well, I've almost got that, so maybe I shouldn't wish for it. does he have any means to further empower psychic abilities? I really don't know how.
Do you want to ask him that?
Yeah.
You wish to continue your practicing of the way, don't you?
That is correct. That is my father and so forth.
Well, I have at my employ some of the most skilled practitioners and instructors of the way. However, what to do for you, Mr. Malagos? I shall provide to you a bit of knowledge. As he walks, he doesn't have you approach. He approaches you. He gets off the throne and he kind of walks down the stairs. Yeah, like, oh,
this is big.
And he's going to kind of extend a hand out to your head. He said, "If you may invite me in."
So this is up to your discretion here. I have...
Rhonda whispers, "That's a trap."
I have Thought Shield, which it just takes a reaction when you're hit by a power spell attack or magical effect that deals psychic or force damage. Oh, not that one.
Eat the sandwich.
It's at the other end of this.
Is that sandwich?
Empty Mind.
Clever.
One reaction when which a creature uses power spell or any other effect to attempt to charm, frighten you, sense your motive, read your thoughts. All that. Now it says until the start of your next turn, you gain immunity to the effect that would read your thoughts. Would that still allow him to implant something?
Yes.
It would just block him out from everything else?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to do that. I don't mind him putting something in there, but taking anything out or looking at anything, I got a fucking VPN on that shit.
NordVPN. Okay. What he's going to do...
I'm picturing in the background of all this conversation, you still hear a...
But instead it's like the obnoxious slapping of someone who can't like close their mouth and they're eating something like peanut butter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a sandwich.
Man, this bread is chewy.
Yeah.
He is going to tweak your psychic rejuvenation. So you know how your psychic rejuvenation is, you have to pick whether you want it on a short rest, spend your hit dice to regain PSPs, or hit dice or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to allow you to either do both for half the difference, or do it as normal. So if you would like to recover some HP and some PSPs, you'd split it right down the middle.
Instead of doing
one or the other.
Okay. Gotcha.
He will also grant you an expanded psychic power repertoire, and you will gain a bonus science.
Hell yeah. This is probably the more valuable part, honestly.
It's pretty valuable.
Nice.
I thought it was an actual weapon. I didn't realize it was just this like a enchantment.
I mean, it's supposed to be like a weapon, but yeah, it's,
yeah. In terms of stats.
Yeah.
So it's the same because it said any weapon, so it's the same as my existing. It's just it adds the 3d6.
Yes.
If we were to gauge the power of a sorcerer king to Dragoth.
Dragoth was older. Like I'll say, as your give me a insight. Give me an insight or an Arcana. One of the two.
Arcana it is.
You're going to use this rare moment while you're touching minds to kind of look back into the abyss at the monster kind of peering inside of you.
24.
What you're looking at is Dragoth was powerful, but he was old, and he was full of himself. You look at Andropinus and see kind of the creature that's there. You see this more like it's almost like you fought like an old lion with half its teeth missing when you fought Dragoth. He was dangerous, yes, but he was old and out of practice and kind of leaning on his undead powers and whatnot. This is a lean, in his prime, mean, psychic fighting machine. He is probably a bit more dangerous than Dragoth, and the fact that he has these army of followers behind him is also an enhanced danger. Gotcha. I will say that you know his challenge rating is at least 25.
Sheesh. All right.
I'll give you that glimpse into his abilities.
Dragoth was what?
I think Dragoth was a 19 or an 18.
Challenger, no, not a level.
I know.
How would you flirt? You don't want people away from you.
Yeah. Well,
But you know that you surmounted Dragoth, and with teamwork,
To a challenger,
if
you can do like
push came to shove,
Yeah.
That bitch.
you might
Space and time.
Yeah.
you might be able to,
Yeah.
you know, do whatever. Give me an intelligence saving throw.
The pull one would be better for me if I was a level 10 warlock. I could literally be like fucking Scorpion and fucking pull.
Does it have a level?
Yeah, it's level 10 warlock.
24.
As you can feel him kind of like rifling through your mind, he goes to pry into what you did. Like he wants to see everything that you did. And you, with that, are able to fabricate a version of events. What happened? Now, I am the eye of Andropinus. What happened?
Like it would say.
What happened on your journey?
Oh, it's cantrip.
Yeah. But even then, from what I found online, the level.
I'll just play that we went from here to Cromlin,
Warlock.
because that's where we were supposed to go.
Yep.
This kind of
We went there, and then we went to. I'm gonna leave out anything about my grandpa.
Okay.
Though.
But it's like
I'm
not
Peepaw.
level 11 warlock, but
And then
I
we
get
went from
3
Cromlin,
Eldritch Blast.
and we went to. I'll show him what we had to do with the Dust Devils. Going down there, I'll leave out the giant gauntlet, but the city down there that we had to go through with the screaming trees and all that, I'll leave that. Go down, the elevator, and then I'll show the part about the spiders. I'm not going to show the Dragonborn.
Okay.
And I'll show the giant, and then when we went down there, at that point, I'll just say we found abandoned, ruins.
Okay.
And going through there, we found the remnants of, his study.
Okay.
And that's where we found the journals.
Okay.
The 2 journals.
Okay. You, with that save, are able to fabricate this story. His mind's eye sees the images you want to put forth in the sort of smoke screen. And as he recoils his hand, he kind of gives a knowing smile, and he says, "Oh, you've been productive. Well, it is good to know that I placed my faith in the right person." And he kind of walks back up the stairs and takes a seat on his throne. He says, "Let it be known that the heroes of Balak have ushered in a new age for this city. I, along with all of my loyal patricians, armies, legions, and Templars, will crush any who deign to oppose the will of Balak. The dwarves of Ledoblis upon the river shall bend the knee to our authority. The Black Witch shall," and as soon as he says the Black Witch, "shall do no such thing." And everybody's heads turn to the entrance, laying dead 4 dead Templars and a black-robed figure.
Is that who we met? Was she the one with the tree and all that?
No.
Okay. I was like, is this the same person?
As you look, you see, which I'm going to get a picture of this person.
You're like, no, I'm the only witch here.
It's a confused wubby, you're a sandwich.
Yeah. Ew. Kind of. I hate that frozen. Let me do a little fixie. There we go. Ew, and I have to fix the hue. Ew.
Move. Dang it. She kind of unfurls his black cloak, and you see this opulently dressed woman, and from behind her you see 4 other men in black cloaks kind of pull off their cloaks, and you recognize these as Templars. And this kind of older woman she exudes this aura of the same type of power as Andropinus. Andropinus stands like a lightning bolt is up. He's like, "What do you want, witch?" And she kind of looks forward.
And she's from where?
She says, "Oh, my good old companion Andropinus, how you don't write, you don't talk to me, and it's almost as if you hate me. This is Alabek Ray. You will make yourself scarce in the presence of the King of Balak." And you see her sort of stand iron-willed, and she says, "I know that your little band of adventurers were poking around the ruins of the city of Guisenal. I have a man that was pretty much my eyes and ears." And you see kind of put forth is the captain of the Dust Devils, the poor old pirate who was supposedly once a Templar for her.
Pask?
No, the captain of the Dust Devils, the Moraz the Defiler, in chains.
What did happen to him?
You let him go after he's got your people off that boat at Cromlin, and he was going to just go off on his own.
Oh, okay.
Hey, John, I rolled a 10 for stealth. I'm literally just going to start, sulking away towards the door.
Alright, you try with a 10, you try to blend into a crowd, but you're a foot and a half taller than everybody.
And everyone's like...
Da-da-da-da-da-da. At the top of your lungs.
I'm just saying, is that a sorcerer? Do I notice what Rocknar is doing? And
yeah, go ahead and give me a perception. Your eyes are kind of locked on these 2 figures that are exuding this sort of magical presence.
That's right. I figured there would be them yelling at each other. I'm just gonna be like,
It's like 2 Saurons shouting at each other.
Mom and Dad are arguing.
Oh no, better yet, I just think of the Sword and the Stone when when they're having that magical duel.
Yes.
Do you want perception or more of an insight?
Insight, I'd say.
Okay, it's a 10.
This is why
obviously Rocknar is trying to get out of
end the bloodline.
The line of any possible fire.
Yeah.
But you see, him kind of groveling up, and he looks up at you, and he says, "I'm sorry. She has," and he kind of motions to the scar, but he's basically in rags, and she's got him on a chain leash, and as he kind of starts crawling toward you, the party, she pulls him back, and but she's a frail old woman, but she pulls like Rocknar strength.
So he lifts off the ground.
Yeah, he pull like a puppet on a string, pulls back. It says, "You will speak when spoken to, dog."
That's so much fetish.
Yes.
But she kind of rubs his head, and she says, I like to experiment and play with my toys, and I made my little puppet here immune to psychic intrusions, but that's because my presence is always the one in his head. Now, I remember seeing you doing some very naughty things in the city of Guisenal, my friend, and she looks directly at you. But let's just make that our little secret. Now, you, old man, are going to relinquish those papers that he had just given you, and we're going to burn them. Because you know what happened the last time someone tried to become a dragon and not share it with the rest of us. And Andropinus immediately, just cast Power Word Kill on the 2 Templars next to her. They vaporize. And the whole hall erupts into, sort of chaos.
I just picture Snafu still just, munching away on the charcuterie.
Just like
dinner and a show.
Yeah.
All right.
He's maybe moved it up to his mouth closer, so if he has to shovel it in and then toss it to grab a weapon or something.
All right. What we're gonna do is I'm not gonna break out any scenery for this one. We're just gonna draw the map. I would like you guys to be positioned somewhere around these pillars.
I didn't make it this far in life.
But you stealth.
Fighting sorceress kings and queens? No.
Haven't you though?
It's not retreating.
You mean sorceress kings and side pieces?
It's
it's
advanced.
a tactical withdrawal.
It's a rear advance.
Strategically.
Strategically.
I need to stand for just a second. Pardon me, camera 2.
Well, now you're in camera 1.
John's showing head.
Literally. Let's make this not so blue. Actually, now we're going off the screen. Alright.
This is a mass of people. I'm not going to put people on here, but these are massive people. This is the stairs that leads to the throne. Here's Andropinus. Y'all, I'm going to put your dudes anywhere in this area.
Where was she? Oh,
Is she at the entrance?
Yep.
yeah, I'm kind of.
This is the mass of people, so you're blending in with the crowd.
Yep.
I'm probably trying to back away.
By the pillars. You can go anywhere around these pillars. That's where your position is going to be.
Snafu, if you could move me right next to you, I'd assume I'm kind of default to you. It seems how you're
We use Madame Ava for our Dark Sorcerer Queen.
She like here?
Yep.
That are now dead.
No, kill the 2 in front.
Yeah, shit.
And our poor Moraz the Defiler.
He's definitely getting defiled.
Alright. Initiatives.
I'll take the 1.
Are you
to observe.
No, I'm taking the 1, Jared.
Well, I'm taking a 0.5.
All 3.
Okay, what'd you get, Jesse? Jeremy?
3.
Jared, get a 1. Minor?
10.
Micah?
21.
20. Templars. Albeck Ray. Andropinus. Ooh, she got the jump on Andropinus. All right. First up in the order is Micah.
John, I'm putting in my inventory a royal charcuterie board.
you palmed the tray too,
Yeah,
so you have a.
That's what I mean. I'm like palming the tray, like, well, I'll just keep the tray.
Make sure you're just like shove the whole tray in your shirt. But you're so small, it's like the size of your torso.
Alright. I need to grab this back.
What? Yeah, I've been working out. What do you mean I look a little boxy?
I think you said foxy. That's right.
No.
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry.
The question is, how the fuck do you spell charcuterie?
Wing it. Cooter.
Alright. So as the chaos sort of erupts and the crowds of people go to either side, Alabek Ray kind of like starts charging a spell. Andropinus starts charging a spell. Shit's gonna go down. Micah, it's your turn.
This shit's gonna go down.
I literally just see them both like cooking something up, and it's like, what are you gonna do before that goes down?
Let's take cover.
Jesus Christ.
Could I get a stealth roll back there, or was that gonna be good to my?
When your turn starts.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna play defensive for the second. I am going to do Intellect Fortress.
Okay.
A second shell emits from you in an aura. Until the power ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. Each non-hostile creature in the aura has resistance against psychic damage and has advantage on saving throws against effects that cause paralyzation or stun.
Okay, so you're affecting yourself and how many other people?
It's going to be 30 feet because I'm spending power points.
Okay. So if you're 30 feet from Micah, who's been affected with this magical mind fortress, you get that effect.
What effect?
He'll have to read it off.
You have resistance against psychic damage and advantage on saving throws that cause paralyzation or stun conditions.
What's the range?
30 feet. Yeah. And with that, I can still hit Jesse if I'm here, so.
Quack.
There.
Okay.
Le quack.
As you kind of shrink back there. We then go to Alabak Ray. She is going to unleash.
Jane Oliveck girl.
Wah, wah.
I guess she is. Maybe. I guess I'm assuming a lot. She wears those robes.
Some new nurse was asking where to find scrubs, and the response was out the passenger side of your best friend's ride.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's going to amp that up to a 9th level. She's going to cast 9th level Disintegrate on Andropinus.
Sheesh.
Andropinus does make his save, however.
That's a lot of fucking damage. I was telling Jared we could just let them two whittle each other down.
So yeah, there's no damage if she misses. So she hits I'll say Andrew Pinus kind of like deftly moves like to the side to dodge the ray, and like his like expertly carved obsidian throne, dust, just complete and utter dust. End of her turn. She's going to legendary action. Actually, no, she can't legendary action. It's somebody else's turn. No, she's gonna stay where she is. Fucking everybody. She's back right. She doesn't do shit. Andrew Pinus. Andrew Pinus is going to then counter.
Counterspell. Okay, we got a Metapod battle here.
Let's see.
Skip isn't here. Or Metro. So hard as a caster did not take counterspell. It's just too good. Too
no,
vital.
It is.
Too vital.
It's kind of like Fireball when you're offered. It's like, alright.
Well, if you have to choose one or the other.
Counterspell.
Let's see how smart you are when you don't have a mind, my dear. Ooh.
I kind of want to make a spellcaster that has the only damage spells are the cantrips. Everything else is like no damage. Just
Actually, no. She's going to use a legendary resistance too. Okay. You see, because you're both psychic and sort of attuned into this. He's using a mind blast on Alabek Ray. This like large, like rock-sized hawk with the face of Andrew Pinus flies off like from his mind and like pecks at the brain and the mind of Alabek Ray, who fails for a moment but then throws up this shield of psychic force as she wills a save out of one of her 3 legendary resistances. It just makes the save. She would have been reduced to intelligence 1 if she would have failed that save, but she's going to just make it. At the end of that turn, we then go to the Templars. They advance. 1, 2, 3. Jesse, you're going to have 3 rays coming at you. Pyretta, you're going to have 3 rays coming at you. Let me see here.
I really don't like that. Every single powerful person is powerful because they're this legendary wizard, but they're also a legendary class of what I am. So it's like they're 2 legendary classes in one. And I'm like, I can't do the magic stuff.
John, I found out who my Warlock patron is going to be.
Your Warlock patron is going to be Andrew Pinus.
Yeah. No, even better. The undead. The undead patron. From Ravenloft.
Let me look at that. That might qualify because he's technically a lich.
Thematically, it would go good with my quest for Korra.
Oh wow, 3 misses. Like as the Eldritch Blast, you see that these ones from Alabek Ray are just like they're just absence of light. They're just like 3 black streaks of absolute darkness, just zoom, 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 like past you. They impact the pillar and just like make like holes where things like where they impact it just eats it up.
You did the like
3 coming your way though, Jesse. Ooh, even a nat 1. I'll say he hits this pillar here, and his pillars act like the beams that he fires out crack the pillar at its base and actually gives you cover. Wow. So it falls in front of you. You're able to kind of crouch down.
Nice.
Minor.
This is just so close, but not quite the Final Fantasy VIII battle music.
Yeah. This is that royalty-free shit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that no copyright shit.
Alright. As I was seeing shit was going down and I hurried behind the pillar,
Yes.
I was shoveling the rest of the charcuterie board in my mouth, shoving the tray into my bag or someplace secure, and pulling out my short bow.
Get 6 temp HP.
Nice.
From the quality of the food alone.
I was going to compliment the chef too, but I have to wait.
He might be dead soon.
I mean...
seeing I saw somebody just start firing at Pyretta, which isn't cool. I'm actually gonna bonus act.
Ooh, they should have each had another bonus one. Oh well, we'll do it next time.
I'm gonna shoot at the one that just shut up Pyretta.
This one? Okay.
Yes. Oh, what am I? Okay. Dirty 20.
You hit.
19 piercing on the first attack.
Okay.
Second attack. It's a 19.
Okay. It's a hit.
That's only 16 piercing.
16. Okay.
So you did how much all
19 and 16.
30 or 20. Oh, 35.
Yeah, 35.
Math on camera.
Right. Now that I'm 11th level fighter, I get a third attack.
Yes.
That's another 19.
Okay. Yep.
I want to spice this one up, John.
All right.
Give me
Take it to Flavor Town.
a wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
15.
That is a fail. Nice. Yeah, that's 29 piercing. And
Okay.
he is now frightened until the end of my next turn.
Okay. I'll say your two arrows kind of one in the leg, one kind of in the lower chest, kind of just slink past. As you cut into his robes, you can see that he almost has something like, kind of like similarly to how the Templars of Dragoth had like secret armor. These are also kind of secretly armored. They have like kind of a hard-boiled like black leather that should be not as hard as this, but your bolt kind of bounces off. But it does leave a nice deep gash. But your third shot sinks into the seam, and like you can tell that this is the first time that this Templar's really like felt pain in a long time. Your arrow just goes right into his thigh, like where his thigh and his pelvic bone kind of meet, like in a seam, and he's just like ah, and he pulls that out.
Getting shot there.
And he kind of backs up a little bit. After you.
Yeah, it means he is disadvantaged on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of the spear is within line of sight.
Jesse.
And can't willingly move closer to the source of the spear.
It is your turn, Jesse.
I will Eldritch Blast the Templar dead ahead of me.
Warlock fights are the most interesting.
35.
Warlock fight!
49.
Eldritch Blast. I do 5. I do 6.
Oh! 64 damage.
35 with first.
29 on the last. So basically 35 plus 30 minus 1.
I'm sorry. What are you doing? Eldritch Blast?
It's not counting my sneak attack.
Okay.
So 3 blasts.
Good.
I'll save it for the last shot.
24, 27, and 16.
I need to have advantage.
True.
The 16 misses, but the other two hit.
Okay. 27, and he gets pushed 20 feet away from me.
Okay. 27.
Which one were you hitting?
Templar 1.
Right there.
Not that one.
Give me a stealth check.
Me.
You. As you kind of like look back, Andropinus, like you can tell one of his eyes is like just full on saw you use arcane magic.
You done fucked up, hey, bro.
Do you?
All right.
Oh, I have been. That was the very first thing.
Jeremy. And then Jared.
That pillar that just fell over.
Yes.
How tall was it? Or rather, how tall was it?
I'd say pretty tall.
Is it in one piece?
Relatively, yeah.
I'd
I'd say there's like
a caber toss.
Maybe.
I'd say there's bits of wreckage around the base you could pick up.
I want to pick up one that's roughly, I don't know,
Like a boulder size.
javelin length.
Okay, all right.
And I'm going to use giant might.
Okay.
I gain advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. I become large.
Okay.
My weapon attacks do 1d6 extra damage. Actually, no. I now do 1d8 because of it.
Your giant runes kind of like shine, like they're sort of like a rainbow of different colors as like your body just expands to its like kind of more normal half giant size.
I'm gonna move over and I want to throw this at the. Are these two Templars standing here?
That is Elevek Ray,
Elevek.
and that's her captive, the leader of the.
That's Templar.
Templar, yeah.
Alright, I want to throw it at this Templar.
You're not gonna wing a rock at a sorcerer queen.
I don't know if I've heard you yet.
All right.
Will this be a strength check or would it be a range check?
Range attack. Go ahead and use strength as your ability.
22.
Hit. Go ahead and
What would be damage roll on a stone
Giant pillar. Baby.
let's have it so you're gonna fire a ballista.
That sounds right.
Or no, actually a catapult. Fuck it.
Actually, fuck it. Catapult ballista.
Catalysta.
Catalyst.
It catapults ballistas.
They look at catapult damage.
Volatile.
Like the spell?
No, like an actual
like-
catapult.
siege weapon.
Have you ever heard the theory of the human catapult from D&D terms? I don't mean literally it fires humans, but what you do is you get a whole town's worth of people. What you have is basically you're taking advantage of the game mechanics because a swift action is defined as a certain amount of point of seconds. So what they do is a swift action and they pass a rock from one villager to the next. It's just a giant chain.
I've heard of that.
Picking up momentum and then just fucking winging it at something.
That's effectively a railgun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
but for a rock.
that's the principle of how a railgun works.
Yep. No more pain tricks required.
You know, Hitler was having a cannon built that could fire from France or wherever.
It's like a fucking 300, 400 mile gun.
3d10 plus strength damage, Jeremy.
But it was buried underground. It wasn't like you could shift position of it. But to get the bullets to go the shells to go further,
13, 18.
they had to put in like extra chambers. So
28.
the initial gunpowder would go off and it hit the spot, and another section of gunpowder would go off, and then another section, and then
So it's like those
45
hot wheel
damage.
traps.
35
where
damage.
you
Kinda,
have
yeah.
the spinnies, and then you get going, it spins it again. And
kind of yeah. Only these were just little timed explosions.
I'll say instead of like a javelin sized piece there, Jeremy, you find more of a discus shaped, and you fucking whip it like a 80-pound discus at this dude. And it doesn't catch him full on in the chest, but it hits him in the shoulder, and you can see it instantly breaks one of his arms. And I'll say this dude is prone.
I would say he's got to be prone.
He just gets knocked on his ass, and his left arm is broken just from the impact of this giant boulder like hitting him in the side. He's just like he's like trying to stand. That's your turn, Rocknar. We go to Pyretta.
He's sitting there
Yeah.
trying to breathe after the wind got knocked out of him.
Oh,
One lung is at least collapsed.
he's not having a good time. That's not Frisbee that you want to be playing at the company picnic.
Is it possible to stealthfully cast something not fire related?
Absolutely. Okay. You're in a room full of people.
That's what I want. The commotion.
The commotion is pretty.
Okay.
Heat of the moment.
Yeah, heat of the moment.
All right. Dude Broski closest to me there, Templar there.
Yes.
I would like to attempt to perform Geas stealthily on him.
Okay.
Just kind of whisper at him.
Does he have the hear it? Let's see.
Yes. But I only want him to pay attention to me. I'll kind of wait until I see everyone else is distracted. I'm assuming he's the one that whipped the bolts.
He did, but this isn't like a silent room. I will say.
Well, whisper loud enough for him to hear. I'm just kind of trying to mask myself from the others, really. Just I want his attention only. You place magical command on the creature you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service.
Oh, it's range 60 feet. That's fine.
Yeah.
I
have stealth sniper.
So give me a stealth check.
Do it even more. Alright, stealth first. Nat 19 with 7 kicker, 26.
Okay.
I taught you. Right. Okay.
You're reasonably sure that no one's looking at you.
It must succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Unfortunately, Jared, he did get rather high. It's at 26.
Well, does that luck point reroll mine only or opposing?
I'll allow it.
Alright, I'll use one of my luck.
And you'll make him roll with disadvantage?
Yes, please.
It goes all the way down to a 10.
Hey, that works. I'm just gonna whisper to him, run and never return.
Okay. Alright.
He's already frightened, too. So
Yeah.
actually, he already had disadvantage on his throw.
That is true.
So you can get your tongue point back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, I'll allow it. That makes sense.
Cool.
Alright, back at the top of the order, Micah.
And then I'll use my movement to better position myself behind the pillar and take a little bit better cover. Using my newfound mana.
How low is that?
5.
So you probably got like 1.
I did see John underneath the undead warlock patron. One of the patrons
One slot.
is where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Probably 3, 4, 5. 3, 4.
Demilich Sararak, obviously, with
Yeah.
Dracolich and Dracotha.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. I'll allow it. That's
Because
fine. You made your case for undead.
Their secret is the pursuit of everlasting life, and the conquering of death.
Yeah.
And I could use that and be like, oh, hey, I'm gonna talk to this patron and discover the secret of bringing somebody back from the dead.
There you go. That makes sense to me.
I guess trying to read the room right now. Are those two
Tense.
showing
Tense.
Are those two showing any signs of stopping anytime soon?
No. You can see immediately after Albeck Ray forced that save, Andrew Binus is grabbing a focus and getting ready to launch another attack. Albeck Ray's already in the middle of casting another spell.
With your duel.
Wizard.
This is two Kenshiros locked in battle.
Perception. Does she have any other Templars?
Yeah, give me a perception.
No. I mean, it seems kind of stupid to charge in here with just 4, but 21.
You do not see anybody presently, just there's not a whole horde of dudes out there, but you do see a smoking arcane circle outside, freshly burned into the stone. So you're assuming that she just flash teleported, into this area.
Gotcha. I hate this because I don't know who I should attack. It's like this fucker who I wanted to kill forever, but then this fucker, who's clearly just as evil, but
He's Pepsi evil, and she's like Coke evil.
And your team RC Cola.
Yeah.
I'm just Fago. I'm out here trying to make a name.
Fago Cola. Black and Rye out here trying your best.
Well, a thought occurred.
Me and my juggalos over here.
She didn't show any interest in becoming a dragon herself, just preventing him from trying it.
Right. But then I also am not seeing her actually do anything to him. So I don't want to...
What's he done to her?
I mean, he did try to, like,
He's
reduce her intelligence down to 1.
No, he power word killed 2 of them, and then he tried to
she had to
mind blast, but
she had to waste a legendary action.
Yeah, legendary resistance to stop it.
I'm trying not to pick a side.
Mr. I chuck a marble fucking
You
killer.
can feel like you, especially being like arcanely attuned as you are, with like a warlock type magic. Like you almost have like a sinus headache being this close to like 2, like this titanic amount of forces like close to each other.
Both sides, so I come out on top.
These both are pretty hurt, right?
Yeah, that dude just got hit with a fucking boulder, and that dude just got shot in like the pelvis and just told to get the fuck out of here.
I mean, fair.
So we either unanimously pick a side or just kind of run.
You came into the wrong neighborhood, motherfucker.
I'm going to... Fuck it, I'm gonna waste that on them.
Looks like we're in a pickle. Pickle. You're like, pickle.
I'm just gonna try and matter agitate this guy.
Okay.
He's trying to catch his breath.
What's it? Wisdom saving throw?
Con saving
Con
throw
saving
of
throw.
17.
15 is what he gets.
Oh, way to microwave a man while he's down.
Yeah. Well, that guy's gonna run.
Nice covalent bonds you have. A shame if something were to happen to them.
I just reversed all the nuclear, like the magnetic charges in his body.
Jeez.
You know, in theory, Magneto could do that.
Yeah.
He could just like make you not like stick together anymore.
I think it would take him a lot of focus to do. He couldn't just like do it on the fly.
I mean, he ripped the iron out of a dude before.
Right.
Technically, wouldn't you have to do that? All you have to do is fuck with the iron in your brain a little bit or your heart.
Does he have 56 HP?
He has a few more. He's triple digits, but he's almost bloodied.
Okay. So then... Okay. Altogether, he takes 78. I wasn't going to do the additional math. It didn't matter, but...
Well, he's definitely bloodied now.
You know, if you'd have reduced that chick's intelligence to 1, you could just detonate her.
Yeah.
Well,
her con has to be...
Oh, her con? I thought you said her intelligence had to be...
Well, that's what he was going to do that.
yeah.
No, right, but I thought...
I detonate, I have to... well,
I thought it said something about their intelligence had to be, like,
I
3
think
or
it's
lower.
below 4, yeah.
I think that's just to prevent you from going to some random fucking villager and just like, dead,
Yeah.
dead, shopkeeper, done. Or like
if
not
it's 4 or
keeper.
higher,
Hey,
they have to make a save. Or
His pet lizard, though.
intelligence scores 4 or higher, or it has more than
If you were
100.
dumber, I could do it to you.
As a legendary action,
Oh, this automatically fails. Okay.
as a legendary action, like she sees you like tear into this dude. Alabek Ray's gonna like kind of slide in front, and she's going to launch a psychic assault at you.
So this is that episode of South Park right now.
Yeah, 25 to hit.
To hit my what?
It's a ranged spell attack, so it's gonna be your AC.
We are normal people witnessing a stand battle.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pretty
you're
much.
not wrong. Yeah. said it was a what altogether?
23.
See if this will make a difference. If I had a 23, would it hit me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not gonna waste it then.
Okay.
I have shield.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I have 18. Can I make the difference?
$35 points of psychic damage, as her will shoots out like a coiled viper, and just like sinks its fangs into your mind, and just this agonizing pain goes through your body, and you just feel like you mentally got punched by this like psychic force.
I actually had resistance.
Oh, there you go. So you take half, and you feel like you've lessened this blow a little bit, and like I'll say like a tear of blood does kind of pour out your eye, like your eye socket, and like your nose a little bit. But other than that, like she kind of like looks and like her head kind of like cocks a little, and like ooh. However, once she does this, she's before range minus. What's she gonna use? What are we gonna do? She's real low on spells, actually.
Battle of the Psychics on Sulfur. Yeah, that is the one.
She's gonna try hold person on Rocknar. Rocknar, go ahead and give me a wisdom save.
Oh, you are too outside my range, bud. Otherwise, you'd have advantage.
Oh, I gotta figure out which rune of mine I can activate here.
Dude, I'm just having fun being able to throw like two giant wizards at each other.
Yeah, it's
like,
a little scary.
It's like a buffet of spells I get to pick from. Let's try some of this and try some of this.
That's why spellcasters are fun.
Yeah. There's something to be said between consistency and variety between playing like a melee character and like a spellcaster. That's why I played like basically two
John, is this an attack?
characters, and then this time I
mean it's a spell.
Be a little bit more flavorful.
It's like what are you trying to say?
I can activate this rune when he or a creature I can see is within 30 feet of me is hit by an attack roll. I can use this reaction to invoke this rune and cause that attack to target a different creature within 30 feet of me other than the attacker using the same roll. This magic can transfer to the attack regardless of the attack's range. I'd
say no, because it's a spell effect she's laying on you. It's not an attack roll, it's a saving throw.
Right, well,
if it was Disintegrate, if she was launching a Disintegrate, it was a spell attack, I would totally let you use that.
I'm going to use this one, then I'll give myself advantage for...
That'd be so funny if she did do that, and like he just deflects to the dude whose boat you guys took. Swing!
Which instantly just ash.
The nearest cart lights on fire.
How about a 15?
That is not gonna make it.
Damn it.
You are paralyzed.
Do you have any of your auras going, Jesse?
Spend the rooms.
How many saving throw auras going?
Aura protection. With my charisma modifier up to the save.
So what would that be with a +5?
+5.
Jeremy,
Add
what would you...
+5 to your roll.
20.
20? No. It was close, but not quite close enough. So yeah, you are paralyzed until the end of your next turn. With that, however, Andrew Pina steps forward. I've had quite enough! And he's going to do banishment on Alavic Ray. 18. She makes it. She's kind of like he forms this like clear force bubble around her and it begins to shrink, and she just like flexes and it shatters like glass on the floor. Templar. That guy runs. That guy he books. Other dude stands, and he's gonna try. He's gonna hit Rocknar. Fuck it. He's paralyzed. So he's got an advantage, right? Have advantage. Yep.
That's one way to resolve that.
1 hit. 2 hits. What's your AC?
Mine?
Yeah.
24.
Miss.
He's gonna have disadvantage on this.
You're paralyzed, so you're gonna have it. You'll even out then.
Well, am I incapacitated?
You're.
Because this ability keeps going until I'm incapacitated.
You're paralyzed, so attacks against the creature have advantage.
Okay, so just regular then.
Okay. You get hit by 3 of them. So you're going to take 45 points of force damage.
What the fuck is that tweet, Jesse?
That's exactly what it looks like.
As he sort of like lays into you, his eyes kind of like glow black.
Caption said, someone we can trust.
Oh.
Minor, your turn.
Alright, this Templar just did stuff too. Well, so did the witch too.
Give me an insight test.
Insight test. 13. No, 14. Sorry.
You can tell that this wizard battle is. You can swing this. If she's able to maybe stop using her, I'm gonna just automatically make these saving throws. That'll probably give Andropinus a significant edge in this battle.
John, for flavor, that fire giant axe that I had, or hammer, has the fire rune on it.
Oh, nice. Okay.
That's gonna be my 4th rune that I pick.
But also, I do see this Templar actively attacking Rocknar.
Rocknar, yeah, he's just laying into Rocknar because he's like, you see him trying, like the giant magic pulsing on Rocknar's body, like his shamanistic magic like surging through, but just not being enough.
16 to hit. Templar.
That's a miss.
Oh, nat 1, halfling luck. No, that's another nat 1, but I'll luck that one.
Okay.
And that's kind of on that side. Alright. 23.
Hit.
Hang on, taking off my 1 luck. Who gets 2 1s in a row from that? Okay. That's going to be 18 piercing on him.
Okay.
He's still up.
Oh yeah, he's hurt, but he's not that bad hurt.
I'm going to bonus action steady aim, so I can get myself advantage on this one.
Okay.
It's a nat 19.
Hit.
So I get to use my sneak attack as well, because I had advantage. It's 28 piercing.
28 piercing. All right. Let's see. After you go, he's going to use a legendary action to use Lightning Bolt on Electric Ray. She has to use one of her other saving throws to. You see, like as she's like casting at Micah and concentrating, a lightning bolt like goes. It's gonna hit her in the head, but this shield kind of like purplish black magic comes up and bounces off, and her attention goes from you, Micah, immediately back to her duel with the big boy, Andropinus. Jesse. And then Jeremy, and then Jared.
Well, I kind of want to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because I feel like this is going his way, and he mad.
Well, he saw you cast a spell. You don't know what that means. But that is a thing that you know happened.
Well, I've got cover. I'm gonna move over, and I'm gonna lay low.
Okay.
Turn.
All right. Jeremy.
Paralyzed.
Saving throw.
Ugh.
Add that +5 from Jesse's thing as well.
Yeah.
I have advantage on it.
I do. I'm guessing an 18 plus 10.
Oh yeah, you're able to will yourself to move once again.
For this turn?
Yep.
Woohoo!
Actually, no. It would have been the end. Sorry, that would have been the end.
Alright.
You have an action surge. Use action surge.
It's still.
Yeah, I guess I could.
I mean, if now would be the time to action surge. You're fighting a sorcerer queen.
Where is she?
She's the witch right there next to her little pet.
Yeah, literally, that's not
Her.
Yes.
You said that was somebody else. Anyways.
No. No, you did, because
Well,
you were pointing over here.
I'm gonna grab another. Actually, no.
I'm gonna grab this pillar.
I'll smack her.
All right. Right in fucking.
Fire giant hammer. I'm gonna activate the rune for it too.
Okay, it blazes to life as you run up and go to gulp swing all back Ray.
When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you invoke this rune to summon fiery shackles. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained for 1 minute.
Oh no!
All right.
Straight roll.
5 or. Does she have a 16 or lower AC?
No, she does not.
You also have lucky points.
You have luck
What's
points.
luck points do?
Yes,
you
reroll.
Let's see reroll
Where have
anything.
you been, Jeremy?
I've never used luck points.
You said it at least
Never
5 times
needed
a
them.
session.
I've
though.
never needed them. I've always been lucky naturally. Reroll?
Reroll. It counts with advantage. So
How about a 24 or higher?
higher, both hit.
Okay.
So she got a 4 on her strength save, so she's going to use her last legendary resistance to break the giant magic, but she will take this damage.
19 damage. 19 damage.
19 damage. You see this frailish, oldish woman just get hit full force by Jeremy, and she does not move. She just sort of, like takes it like a little playful punch. She gets hurt, but she should have been like sailing down the way.
Yeah.
All right, Jared.
Oh, alright. 15 plus 7 to stealthily enhance snafu. Dex.
What's enhanced here?
Enhance. Well, I get the pick. I have a buffet of flavors to choose from. Cat's Grace. Advantage on Dex checks.
Works for me.
Okay.
Cat's Grace.
Entrepreneurs' full attention is on him. He does not see you cast any sort of spell.
Meow. Okay. I'll stay put.
Okay.
Kind of seem to be well hidden at least.
Back at the top of the order, Micah. We're up to you.
Also, you take less damage from falling, but that kind of doesn't seem relevant here.
Yeah. Especially when I got that thing to cast give me feather fall.
Well, you can save it. I mean,
With that ruin that I saw, like the circle,
Mm-hmm.
is that just like a one-way she flashed in?
Mm-hmm. It was like burned into the stone.
Okay. So it being
Like you
that
remember like the
kind
Thor movies, whenever like they'd use Heimdall's like bridge, and they'd like leave that imprint.
Right.
That's
of-
basically.
I
what
was
it
gonna
is.
say there's no like thing to she has to go back and then
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of damage to the chair. Yeah. Who goes first between these two? Or next, I should say.
Albeck Ray goes next.
Okay.
She goes right after you, then Enterpinus.
Okay. That's the case.
Yoo-hoo.
Tenseness.
I was like, oh, coin. Oh, it's got plastic.
See you at all. So he's like,
And then we locked him in there.
yeah. So he
left him.
He
That's
called.
the thing.
No, he called for the mages to come like just start throwing fireballs in there.
Yeah.
So like, fuck, we have to do something because he's just gonna flood this area with
Eventually,
fireballs.
Right, and we just had to like carefully maneuver to get ourselves into position
Yeah.
to like start taking
It
them
was
out
like
one end.
Yeah.
the most deadliest game of Bomberman ever.
It was.
I'm just gonna matter agitate this guy.
Okay.
That was where I was kind of wishing I started streaming our campaign earlier.
17.
Matches.
Okay, so you try to matter agitate. He does like kind of bend his will to resist.
Nice. Wow. That's rude.
I'll do.
Awesome idea though.
Yeah. Poison the world.
That's awesome. So anyway, it's fine. You should go in.
I'll move next to Jesse. It's just kind of the things I try to tell people. It's like it's not as dorky as you think it is.
It's improv.
It's improv theater with your buddies, and half the time you're just kind of catching up and having fun.
That's how I'll spend my turn.
Okay, you launch this assault at him and just sort of like run to cover. As you run past, Alabak Ray kind of grows in her shadow, substantiates, and like almost solidifies, and then this aura extends from her.
Get the other urge.
Now he's gonna
Pass out.
There he goes, leaving.
Tail's starting to go.
Oh, you're little white body.
And almost like black fire starts to lick along the ground. Jeremy, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy, I'm almost good at those.
Almost good at those.
Peretta starts looking visibly
Oh. 17.
That is not quite enough. You're going to take disadvantage on your next saving throw, but you're going to also take 10 psychic and fire damage. So it's going to, if you have a resistance to one, it's going to do both.
I don't.
As you start in this fire, you can tell you're in an active defiling field. As her this fire both burns and hurts your consciousness as it kind of licks your legs and kind of goes into your whole body.
Stings the nostrils.
That's going to be her turn.
60% of the time it works every day.
And he's going to try one more time.
Tail was starting to slow down. It picked back up again.
New source of attention. I've been waiting for him to pet me all night. Buddy.
Sleep soundly for tonight.
There. You guys can see his chin.
The hair on his chin.
And then he's going to stride forward.
Nah, that's fair enough, buddy.
Everybody in the room, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Mine any auras?
Nope.
Micah gets my charisma.
19.
Constitution.
Okay, you made it.
14.
You did not make it.
What's your bonus, Joseph?
Plus 5.
21.
Made it.
I got 16.
Did not make it.
Is Indomitable one of those I have to choose before I know the result?
Yes.
Do I have to choose my?
You have to choose whether you're going to make a save.
Right. But do I? Ow. Do I have to take the second result?
Hold on.
I'm not sure. He's going to look that one up.
Can I use lucky?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll use lucky and I get a 21 on my second.
You make it.
You can re-roll a saving throw that you fail. If you do so, you must use the new roll.
So yeah.
If you roll a 1, do it, because you can't do any worse.
Yeah.
No, I'm at an 18, which is borderline, I'm guessing.
We know 21 passed.
Right?
Yeah.
And technically I rolled a 10, so I have a 50-50 chance of getting better.
What'd you get, Jeremy?
19.
Yeah, but I have Indomitable too, so
But do you want to risk it versus
For
lucky?
that, this good.
Well, I guess it's just a straight up reroll.
you know what?
anyhow.
Let's Indomitable. Let's see if I roll better than a 10. No, halfling luck. Nope.
Well, I
I rolled 2 left, so 16.
You made it on the first try.
I did.
You did.
Oh well.
You're a hubris.
Well, at least he had a good sandwich.
Everybody who makes it, you're going to take 9 points of necrotic damage. And everybody who failed you're gonna take double that because
18.
He pulls from everybody, and everybody in the room as well. Half the people faint around him just from like the amping of this. Andropina sees her defilement and counters with his own as he pulls the life force out of everyone here to give disadvantage on Alabek Ray's next saving throw.
Well, my armor of resistance is necrotic.
So he doesn't pull half as much from you.
So what is it total?
9 if you passed it.
Yeah. So it'd be 4.
I took 4.
Alabek Ray fails.
I'll worry.
So
Indomitable.
Yeah.
14d6.
They didn't say halfling luck was always good luck.
36. Wow, that was a good roll. Man. 51 points. Alabek Ray is brought to her knee. She has to take a knee to steady herself off this lightning bolt. And she is kind of knocked aside. It's just this deafening boom just goes off in the royal chamber, like glass sculptures just like vases shatter, different like things like shake off the wall. The giant banner falls down, and Alabek Ray is hit with this just giant lightning bolt. And since he is pulled from the life force, he has like empowered it. So you've seen lightning bolts being cast by spellcasters before. This was almost like instantaneous. It's off his finger and it's at her throat.
She just got krilled.
She just got krilled. But she's not quite dissuaded quite yet. So we're gonna go to her Templar, who starts in that field. He's gonna make that save. Takes the damage.
So what about Pet Boy there?
Moraz is unconscious. He's done. Not dead, but he's like passed out.
He is showing his paint.
He's lost spread eagle.
He did that thing where like you're on your knees and you just crumble backwards. So his knees are just kind of like up, dong.
Oh, right. Up, dong. 2 words you don't really usually get together. I'm just going to open up on Wizard Bitch here.
Alright.
Seeing that I have advantage now. Oh, nat 20.
Oh, shit!
Nat 20.
Nice!
And an 18
And an
kicker
18.
just for fun. Well, now your halfling luck kicked in.
Right.
Except it was for me.
You had to pay for it.
I'm gonna...
You have half-elf luck. Thank you.
I'll try and add a menacing attack on her.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. What's the DC?
17.
She got a nat 20.
Okay. It's okay, I still do damage.
Yeah.
And seeing that a crit, it's doubled, so...
You got 2 more attacks, too, don't you?
I know. Alright. That's 45 piercing.
Minor.
Yeah.
Achievement unlocked. You have bloodied a Sorcerer King.
Jeez.
Second attack.
Alright.
That was a dirty 20 do.
That's a hit.
There's another 20 piercing.
Okay.
Third attack. Oh, that's hits. Natural 17. 18 more piercing.
Okay.
And you know what? Shits and giggles, let's action surge.
Action surge. Alright.
3 more attacks.
3 more attacks. Let's go.
There's a dirty 20 again.
Okay.
19 piercing.
Okay.
15.
Miss.
And there's a natural 18.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, max. 21 piercing.
Fuck.
How much was that? 45?
Oh, she was a lot. Yeah, that was a lot. Yeah. As you sort of like just volley of arrows. One scrapes across her cheek. You have permanently scarred a being of great power on Athos. The other one's like kind of like slam into her, and she just sort of, enough! And she clenches, and all the arrows fly out, and like this black oozing sort of shadow kind of pours off of her body. She snaps her fingers, and this light sort of starts to suffuse around her and her fellows. She says, "I will tell the others of your treachery, Andropinus. We will make an example of Balak. There shall be a second city under the Silt Sea when we are done." And then her like opacity fades, and this white light flashes. Alabek Ray, Moraz the Defiler, and her cohort are gone. Her black aura of fire slowly fades out.
Snark. What's up, Snark Beast?
There's a tense few minutes after like things kind of calm down. Like,
I'm assuming Perez pretty much just on the ground, like reviled by this necromantic damage.
You just got defiled.
Yeah.
He pulled from the you know that a Sorcerer King pulled from the Fire of Life to enhance his own abilities.
That's yeah. She's like really overwhelmed right now. Like, oh.
Andropinus says, "People of Balak, we knew we are surrounded by enemies, but now we know exactly what is going to happen. We will not be like those fools under the leadership of that false dragon, Dragoth. I shall ascend to dragonhood, and I shall crush the Black Witch and any she brings against us in a sea of fire." And the people kind of like start to like clap and like kind of get back around.
I'm picturing the clapping like Monty Python after the king just killed his son. They're just kind of okay.
And he says, "Immediately we go to war." And he turns to leave, and he stops. He looks at you, Jesse, and he says, "I shall pretend I saw nothing of this for now." And he walks kind of up the stairs, and like you see there's a secret entrance kind of behind. He just pushes aside like a wall. It pivots him, and the Templars kind of go in and goes out back.
You're basically holding me back right now.
The day kind of lingers on. Like you guys kind of lick your wounds.
Can I check out that armory?
You are led to that armory. That they say like in a time. This is especially in a time of war, and especially because you did push her back. Like that was a significant attack. He's going to.
I'm trying to provide. I did like 45.
I can do the math. Okay. I have it here, but it's gonna be just a second. So you were led to the treasury and given your pick of any one of his weapons that you have. You see a strange sight, though. You see what appears to be a wizard holding, like, with a steel crown with a yellowish tourmaline jewel kind of on its one. He's like making a flinchy face, and it's a statue of a guy like wearing a metal crown that looks like it could be taken off. But that one, you kind of look at it, and he goes, "Nope, not that," and he kind of pushes you aside. Players of Campaign 1, that was the main... That was your first big bad, the dude with the Storm Crown.
Yeah, the Storm Crown.
Yeah. So you kind of look at the Storm Crown, and he's like, "Nope, not that."
I wanted the bow anyway.
Storm Crown.
Can I have the Storm Crown, please? But with that, you know that the greater powers of Athos have been warned that a second threat, just like Dragoth, is probably brewing in Balak. And you saw the smoking ruins, you saw the streets of the dead, you saw the pools of blood and tar and blackness, and you know that Balak is slated for the same fate. And with that, we're going to end tonight's session.
Woo!
Go ahead, everybody gain 25 experience points for essentially defeating a Sorcerer King. That was some good thinking and some good action on everybody's part.
I did.
You know, it's the thing is, like, usually they're surrounded by cadres of Templars and underlings, and you kind of caught one. She was a little bit bold, but you know. But now you know your power is going to be either to your quest is going to be either to stop his research and tell the other Sorcerer Kings that it's done, that you've solved this, or maybe help him and fight them off. It's up to you.
I mean, honestly, fuck that guy.
We were kind of in a tight spot, though. We're going to suddenly turn and attack him.
May have to, anyways.
Right, well, I was hoping he didn't take any hits, though, I don't think.
He took a couple, but that's about it.
He didn't take enough to justify being able to, like, yeah, we can do this. We can roll this around.
Alrighty, on that note, I'm going to cut stream tonight. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in tonight. Brock, thank you for coming in. Yeah, let's get a group shot here. Here's Snafu. Malagaz. Some random schmuck we pulled in off the street.
Hi.
Another schmuck we pulled off the street. He followed him here. And the other dude's in the other room, so there's his butt. There's Ragnar's ass. That's specifically for stream. Alright.
My friend, big fat
But,
boy.
anyways, everybody, I appreciate you coming in. Thanks for the fun, guys. Brock says. Have a great weekend. We should be here next week? Question mark.
I'm off, so
I don't see why not.
I want to play more Dark Sun, damn it.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah.
If I'm not here, I'll be remote, but I'll be able to play.
Sure. Okay, so yeah, we plan on, unless something comes up, we'll be back here next Saturday, and hopefully we'll be building the stream back up. I at least got the bare bones down, and I think we're gonna be able to do this again. So I'm excited. I've been trying to get something together for a while now, and I'm glad it worked. So have everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you. I'll be back next Wednesday, the Thanksgiving Eve, to stream something. So tune in then. See you guys.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. I gotta find my away screen because I don't have my stream deck. Ending soon. Alright, laters, everybody.